getting this. All right. So we're going to be checking out Spacecraft. We did play this in the playtest. I think it was like February or so. So it was a while back. We went through, we did all the options. I'm not going to worry about doing that. I want to go ahead and get into the game. The game is a little bit of a grinding of materials. It's definitely a game where the cycle is you go out, you collect materials, you bring it back, you process those materials, you make some money and all that, you upgrade your ship and you go through. So think of kind of like a No Man's Sky, but instead it's a little bit more of a more grounded take on that world. It's not the exploration side of things, it's a lot more of like the upgrade cycle. But there is like your equivalent of guilds, so like corporations and all that. We're gonna go ahead and jump right in. Okay. So this is new. Please select your quadrant. A quadrant is a region of the galaxy inhabited by a community of explorers. Although you will be able to change quadrants later, it is generally best to start the same quadrant as your friends, or in a different quadrant from your enemies. Let me check one thing real fast before we jump in. I want to see if someone else is streaming the game right now, and if they are, I want to ask what quadrant they're in, because I hadn't planned on this part. Okay, they are not live right now, I don't believe. Ultrasaurus. Yeah, okay, so they're not live right now. I think they'll be playing this later. So I'm gonna go ahead and... Yep. Sure. I'm gonna go with just to Enu search. Wait a sec. For Spacecraft, I'm in Enu sec. You'll understand when you make your character. It's okay if you're grouping with others. There. All right. Just because me and Ultra talked about, it's like, it'd be cool if we ran into each other in there. I didn't realize there's quadrants I had to consider. And thank you, Zillion, for the tier 1 sub, the 36 months, 3 years you've been sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, so just basically firing off a message to oh, okay. Okay. I need to increase the volume. That's on me. Right. And so you got your outfits. We're definitely doing the orange. We could change our face. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Eye color, sure. Got a couple different hairstyles. Let's see. So when you get the game eventually, you can secret probably roll. Yeah, no, it's fine. Secondary color. Sure, blue and gray. Why not? Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay, we finally get to our options, and this is on me. I lowered the volume earlier. So let's try putting around there. Oh, you can't hear it at all. Hold, please. Well, it was voice acted, the lines there. Let me see if I can't start the character over really fast. So return to main menu, yes. Connect to server. I assume I'd need to, like, delete the character or whatever. You thought that was normal? Yeah, no, it's just pretty much the dialogue was like, hey, you know, we've got the lottery this week. And, you know, one of you lucky workers are gonna get the chance to, you know, go out and be, like, promoted to this other company thing. And it's based on a lottery, and that the winner of the lottery was our character. So I do apologize, that's on me that, you know, and the voice acting was fine. It was nothing to be, like, super duper hyped about or whatever. It was fine. It's pretty typical voice acting. Not terrible, not, like, super amazing.
Did you hear that? Wasn't that your name they called? Unbelievable. Does that mean I had such high hopes for this? I worked so hard to reach the first spot. But in the end, it all comes down to luck, doesn't it?
Okay. Later, nerd. Sucks to suck, man. You worked really hard, you didn't get credit for it. You forgot you better go again.
This is gonna be a busy shift. 6 damaged ships have docked with the station in the last 3 hours. That big one hit an asteroid in the Kepler belt. The pilot was an affiliate worker who fell asleep after driving 17 hours straight.
Only 17 hours. Filthy casual. Gotta be able to do at least 20. Okay.
So, that's it. You're leaving right now? I didn't think this would actually happen. I haven't prepared anything to say. Whenever I'm outside repairing Babylon's stupid hull, I'll look out into that cold, dark void and remember that you're somewhere out there, visiting distant stars.
That's okay, Ruth. I will probably forget you exist.
You wouldn't leave on an empty stomach, would you? If you're gonna survive long enough to come visit us sometime, you gotta start taking care of yourself.
I would eat your food, but the game refuses to let me.
How do you feel? All these years stuck here with us, and the moment you enter that elevator, you're suddenly free.
Am I a prisoner? Okay. So we need to go to the docking station. But yeah, if you didn't catch, we basically won a lottery, which is why we're getting to leave.
Okay. You're here for the procedure, right? Then let's get going.
So I don't know what even the lie is about, but sure, confirm.
First off, you won't be able to do much without a ship. And to get that ship, you'll need a loan. The nice thing is, the company can grant you that ship and the loan.
Wasn't this supposed to be a reward?
A reward? What makes you think you deserve a free spaceship? Your 10 years of service tightening rusty bolts? We're already offering you a job. Isn't that enough? So tell me, how'd you end up in the debt quarter?
Oh, right. I remember this. So it's one of those things that, like, the idea is you're working on, like, you're working maintenance because of some debt you've accrued. And this is your chance to get a better job to hopefully escape being in this situation. And so we can kind of set our backstory that we are here because of criminal charges, medical bills, costly studies, all of the above, or it's none of your business. I'm gonna say costly studies.
Nice. That was written in your file, actually. I don't know why they make me ask. Anyway, given your current debt, the company has set your maximum loan amount at 25,000 credits. Just enough for that beauty behind me. But before you get to know each other, you'll need to sign your pledge. You'll have to consent to all the terms and conditions I'm about to read you.
Okay.
Affiliate worker status. My status as an affiliate to the company makes me a full citizen. This status will be maintained for as long as I am able to fulfill my mission to extract, transform, and sell ore to the company by any means possible.
Sure. We have to... Basically, it's going to be dystopian terms. So basically, if I were to get sick or injured or otherwise can't work... Yeah, no, that's, Okay, we can try adjusting the volume more. I'm a little worried about the volume going too high. But we'll try that. Because remember, there's some things in this game that were a little loud.
Liability. As an affiliate worker, I assume full liability for any activities undertaken in the course of my duties. The company cannot be held liable for any environmental, material, or moral damages inflicted by or upon me or my spaceship.
Okay.
Affiliate worker loan. To secure my workship acquisition loan, in the absence of any material guarantee, I hereby mortgage my life force to the company. In the event of a debilitating injury, illness, death, or irreparable damage preventing me from working, I authorize the company to harvest enough of my organs to settle my remaining debt.
Excellent. If anything goes wrong, they're going to organ harvest me. Cool.
Well, that's about it. Your pledge is considered signed, which makes you a newly appointed affiliate worker. Congratulations. You've just joined the largest family in the Atlas Galaxy. Your current rank is recruit, which means you've got plenty of opportunities to grow. All right, I know you've been waiting for this. Just get on that ship and have a blast. The company, today and tomorrow.
Yay, for the colony.
It's
company.
not every day we see someone from the debt quarter visiting the dock outside cleanup hours. Are you one of those new affiliate workers?
Confirmed.
You'll see that being able to actually leave the station is really something else. Makes it worth the risks. And the debt. There's no future working odd jobs in Babylon anyway. You've chosen the right path. Fair solar winds to you.
Okay, and yeah. So basically, we've got a $25,000 loan for our ship. And all that. Ready to take off.
Departure initiated. Station out.
Okay, I just don't want to get stuck in dialogue. Let's actually get some gameplay going on. Let's see, can I... For
Welcome, recruit 481120, to the company's onboarding procedure. By the end of it, your rank will be upgraded to apprentice. My role is to help you become a skilled, valuable worker. Please note that the cost of this training service is graciously covered by the company. Your first tasks will consist of navigating through space in search of basic resources. If you have any questions, please note that you are not allowed to ask them during the onboarding protocol.
Oh, excellent. So, in other words, if we have any questions, shut up. Alright, let me go to options, audio again, SFX. Let's bring that down to maybe 75. Okay, so we can use the radar to ping nearby resources. Okay, so we got some marks up ahead. Alright. I wasn't quite close enough. So I can collect some materials. So right now we're just basically at the beginning of the game picking up the most simple of materials, copper, iron, all that. And your ship is entirely modular. You'll get combat modules, better mining, better scanning. You get the idea. This is an online game, just to be clear. So it's sort of MMO-esque in that area, like where you'll run into other pilots randomly as you're going around. I don't know what the situation is going to be so far as like PvP versus all that. I do know they're planning on PvE stuff where you'll be able to fight pirates. The interesting thing they mentioned around with the, and that's during the early access it'll have it, they were mentioning that the PvE side of it, when you're going like pirates, it's not just, you know, you run into random pirate, you fight, and the fight's over, and you get your reward. But there'll be a whole thing where they'll be like, hey, we think there's a pirate over here, and there's going to be some type of, like, you know, sussing them out, and then running them down, and then the fight, and all that kind of stuff. So I have more depth than just run into thing, shooty bang, and then it's done. Now, exactly how that actually is all going to work in the long run, don't know, because I haven't done that yet in the game. But the game is available for purchase right now, I believe, for the first 2 weeks. I can't remember if it's 10 or 15% off, but it is on a discount. Alright, so we're at 80 SU, and I think I have 100 SU worth of storage.
Now, you might be wondering what to do with all this raw metal. Conveniently enough, we can turn it into your ship's first upgrade.
Okay, so I'm officially full. I believe you can grab more than full, but it runs into the problem of then you can't boost and all that sort of stuff, so it's kind of like being over-encumbered. It gets pretty obnoxious.
And in turn, that will enable you to gather something more interesting than copper and iron.
Okay, so we need to find... That was weird. Okay, so we've got knowledge. Okay, so we can spend some of our credits to buy technology. So you got all this technology here that we can unlock right now, which are going to be adding to this as the early access goes along. But we're going to get this. This will get us a Scanalyzer Alpha, and then materials we can make. So we're going to get our first modular system. So now we need to find the Babylon Station, which should be here somewhere. There you are. So we're boosting, but you'll see like on that bottom right, we run low on power, my boost turns off, and then no more boost until it recharges. Your ship does have solar panels to slowly trickle charge them and all that, and that is one of the things you can upgrade. Okay. Alright. And yeah, so you'll probably notice, like, when you're docking, you get, like, a little bit of frame stutter and all that stuff. That isn't a performance issue on the game. It's, like I said, it's a multiplayer game, so, like, you'll run into other people on the stations and all that. So those are effectively load screens. Okay, so I need to craft the Scanalyzer. Use the smelter to refine your stuff. Smelter. You downloaded the demo a while ago, but never played it. Would someone who enjoyed No Man's Sky and Starfield enjoy this? Yeah, I mean, they're very similar games. Like, it doesn't have quite the heavy focus on exploration that No Man's Sky has. And Starfield is primarily, in a lot of ways, a first-person shooter with space elements. So it's kind of a tricky one with those two. But it does have, like, the heavy space elements and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And also, if you didn't notice, I am paying credits to use the smelter. So we grabbed ore, and we are now paying the company we work for to be allowed to turn that ore into something more valuable in their smelter. Just eating away at our funds. Okay. Let's see. No Man's Sky also has its inevitable hitch when landing on planets. So you think they optimized it out in recent update to be more seamless? Yeah. And that's with like No Man's Sky not having, like, it has multiplayer, but it's not that center. Whereas this one, multiplayer is a major consideration. So we need to go to the workstation. Ooh, yellow on white. That is hard to see. Workshop. We need to make the scan analyzer. So that's one small modular kit, which will be 20 nuts and bolts and 10 wire. So we will make one thing of wire here, one thing of nuts and bolts. Oh, okay, so it's making, this is how many times I could craft it, that's what it makes. I was reading it the other way around, that makes sense. So I will need to do 2 more instances of wire. And then 2 more instances of nuts and bolts. And that lets me make a small modular kit. Which then makes me a Scanalyzer Alpha. And it's just teaching us how to craft things and then how to put modules on our ships. Okay. So then we go to the shipyard, which is, I believe, over here. So we want to load our ship, edit our ship. You got like the whole modular setup, so you see like I've got my radar here, I've got my mining laser there. You've got the Scanalyzer. And that should be what I need. What a piece of ship, I know, right? And that gives me a new thing, so scan unknown resources and other rare finds to complete your knowledge database. And then our system on our ship can handle 1,620 SP, and we're at 1,900 or 1,090. So we still have a bunch of points left.
Congratulations, recruit number 481120, on completing your first set of tasks.
Yay! I am such a good recruit. Everyone will be like, you remember that 481120? Such a stand-up recruit.
Your performance has been analyzed and ranked against those of previous contractors. The results are confidential and will not be disclosed to you. With your scanner equipped, you can further explore Solar Alpha and discover more of its riches. Please keep in mind that your performance is still being recorded.
Okay. Press L to track a contract. Oh, right. Yeah, so you got like all your tutorial and stuff, and it'll give you credits for just doing these. Alright, so we need to scan, find, and exploit gray quartz. Alright. But yeah, and there's multiple ships if I'm not mistaken. A bunch of different modules you can get on there. That they'll change the way it goes. It's effectively equipment for your ship and all that. It'll also change the aesthetics of your ship a great deal over time. So we're going back to Solar Alpha, and we are looking for gray quartz. We'll use our new scanner to try and locate it. And we're very much in the tutorialized part of the game. It's fine. Having power is for the weak. You feel like you'd pass out immediately from the G-forces of that elevator? There's a lot of stuff in video games. You're like, it's probably fine. Then you look at it, it's like, oh no, wait, hang on. Those would be like comically high numbers. Okay, so what do we got over here? So we're looking for new materials that we haven't seen before. This is the wrong planet. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong planet. We actually read your tutorials. It's a little hard to see the blue font against the dark background, so I didn't notice it was a 2 instead of a 1. So I need to be on that planet. Okay. I think I'm slowly arcing to the right because of the gravity on this planet, which is something I didn't notice the last time I had done this during the playtest. It was probably there, it's just I didn't have a reason to fly along the planet kind of at a side where you'd notice it that much. Okay. Now we check the correct planet, we're more than likely to find what we're actually looking for. I do appreciate that the tutorial was smart enough to be like, hey man, just so you know, you're not where you're supposed to be. We're not going to force you to not go there, but like, you're not going to find what you're looking for. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we got 5 different types of resources. There's something over here at 45. Okay. I've already seen all those before. Yeah, so the resources on the planet, there was 5 different varieties. We've seen 2 of them. Okay, we're gonna head towards this landmark, whatever it is. Alright, new resource. Yep, so we got question marks here because this is new, which is why we got our scanner. Okay, collect some gray quartz. So apparently the gray quartz is a little hard for me to mine. I see, so I get 1 per node. That's fine. So let's grab the gray quartz it asked for, and then if we still have inventory space, we'll just grab literally whatever the next ore we find is. Because you can sell any extra ore and stuff back to the company as a means of getting credits. Which, like I said, everything in the game costs credits. Even refining costs credits. Because the whole idea is this like very dystopian, hyper-capitalist future. I don't know what that thing on the top of my screen that's slowly... Go there. Alright, so get one more gray quartz. Oh, that's the heat on my mining laser, I think. Okay, so that was enough to qualify for that. Alright, in that case, let's grab you. Exploration. Add to track. Oh, can I just add all that? Okay. Okay, so once we find 5 things here and then trade to the company. Oh, we got another thing I haven't seen before. Let's grab whatever that is. Okay, so right now it's iron, which is fine. I'm only using 11 SU of my 100 SU of cargo. It's probably copper. Yep. Yep, so we're going to try and make sure each time we leave a planet that we are basically fully stocked. And I'll grab one more. Alright, so there's one more material on this planet we haven't found yet. And what am I seeing over here? Got a purple icon on the map I don't know. Alright. It'll be one of those things that as we discover the materials, I won't have to be like, oh, let me find if these materials exist again. I believe you also like map out the planets where you'll be able to tell like, oh, here's the purple icon there. Okay, those are all things we've seen before. That's not surprising. My assumption is whether the purple icon up here is going to be our last good. And that'll complete our operations number 4 objective. Again, tutorialized stuff. Then we'll take this all back to the company. And then we can, you know, process what we want. Sell some of it back to the company, that kind of thing. Okay.
Gravite stones have unique radio properties preventing your radar from pinpointing their exact location. Starting from an approximate direction, you will have to locate each gravite deposit visually.
Well, I did. So you can scan that. So interestingly enough, that is not the last material on this planet we were looking for. I also was unable to mine it. Okay. I'm guessing since we had like the better version of iron on this planet, there's probably a better version of copper as well. Oh, there we go. And all 5. And we got exploration level 1. I don't know what that does, but we have it. They're finding both copper and copper nuggets doing that. Okay, so we are maxed out inventory-wise. Oh, we're actually over maxed out. So let's go to our inventory. And so I have 100.5, and I can only carry 100. So what we want to do is go in here and drop just the tiniest bit. I have the most of you. So I'm going to drop 1. Alright. So now we want to return to the space station, we process the ore, do all that kind of stuff. And that should get us the next objective done, which should open up our next set of objectives. And I do look forward to having upgrades and all that, because they do make a big difference. I remember the playtest we got as like our second or third mining laser, some other support modules and all that all were pretty cool. Alright.
Initiating docking to station.
The playtest was interesting because at that point it was just kind of content creators, but it was just kind of funny because there's tons of people I knew. Like, I think out of the 10 or 12 people I saw, there was like one person I didn't know. I don't anticipate that being the same now that it's early access. We'll probably just run to random individuals who even knows. So go to the shipyard. Alright, let's check the company exchanger. And what do you want me to do? Sell 40 worth of resources and buy 10 worth of gel. Okay. Oh, you want me to buy a total of 10 gel?
Congratulations, Recruit 481120. You seem to have explored most of what Solar Alpha has to offer. My final responsibility is to open the doors of the universe to you. That means guiding you through the process of acquiring an FTL engine.
Okay, so wants me to unlock the electromagnetism permit. So for 100 credits, we can get a bunch of materials there. We have cargo accommodations and decorations. So we're going to go ahead and buy that permit. And then meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and process all of our ore into ingots. Because if nothing else, that makes the ore more valuable. I think we sat down and we did the math the last time. If I sold it as the ore or I process it, pay the fee, and then the ingot cost. And I wanted to say you came out ahead by processing it. I don't recall it being a huge amount, but you know, every little bit. When you're playing a game in a dystopian hyper-capitalist future, you know, you gotta do dystopian hyper-capitalist things. Okay. So the FTL drive... doesn't say what you require to be... Oh yeah, I do. So you need a crystalline focuser and a small module kit. And the crystalline focuser is quartz and wire, which I sold all my quartz. So that was an oops. And the magnetic coil we can make, was that for that as well? No, what's the simple resource detector? Overclocked mining laser. Okay, that also requires a crystal focuser. We have the simple mining laser, the scan analyzer, simple resource detector. I think we already have in there. Let's check what our stuff listed on our ship is. Load, edit. So ship. So we've got a crude mining laser, a crude resource. Okay, so those are upgraded versions. Understood. So what we're gonna want to do here is oh, down there. Okay, so we have crude equipment and we can get the simple versions. So let's go look at what we got. So looking here, we got the simple mining laser. To make that, I need the crystal focuser, which is quartz, so we can't do that. The overclocked mining laser, again, crystal focuser. We already have that. And the simple resource detector, so that's 2 magnetic coils and a small module kit. And the magnetic coil, so I need 1 nut and bolt and some wire. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 1. Let me guess. That was just enough that I don't have enough nuggets. Some magnetic coil and a simple module. So I need more of those. And I can tell it to auto repeat. There's a simple module kit. Okay, so you're just missing the magnetic coils. And for those, I've got everything else. I just need a bunch more wire. Make 2 of these. I canceled it because I didn't notice it makes 2 of those. Alright, so we have our simple module detection as opposed to our crude one, so we're upgrading our ability to detect resources nearby. I think that'll let me see what they are from farther away. So we'll edit our ship. So here's our crude one. We don't want that anymore. And there's the simple one. That's using the same amount of resources, which is fine. So we can go to you and sell that. Okay, so if I wanted to make an FTL, what would I need? So the FTL Eco, so I would need a bunch of things. So I need wire, so I'm going to need copper, and I'm going to need quartz. I could go and buy those materials. let's see here. I got 162. Alright, so I need 2 wire, a crystal focuser, and a small module kit. So that's 7 wire. 17 wire and 2 quartz I would need. And you have... It's out of my price range. Okay, so we need to go and get copper and quartz. Which is fine.
Separation confirmed. Your residential Be careful out there. Contact your assigned company supervisor immediately.
Okay. So we want to go to Solar Alpha 2. And there's also apparently you can deploy bases and build bases on the planets. We're not at that point yet, but there is base building mechanics in the game. So we will be doing a lot of that later on. I want to say that's about where we left off in the playtest. I think we were just getting to the point of the building stuff. But my understanding is you'd go down there, and it's kind of like where you go and you grab your materials, you take it into, your refinery on your own planet. The idea being you depend less and less on the company, so you can kind of get yourself out from under thumb and whatever. There are, I think, 20 plus systems in the game right now. And the intention is as early access goes on, there'll be more ships, modules, planets, all that kind of stuff going on. That's not copper. Copper's what we need. Okay, we got the mounds over there that'll have the quartz for us. We'll work our way over. So this will probably be copper here because it's a little ways up on here. Okay. So it's interesting that one of the decisions you can make is I could choose to source all the materials myself. I also have the choice of, instead of sourcing the materials myself, I could just grab materials to make money and then trade those materials up. So that's iron again. Okay. So grab this and then let's go to the quartz so I don't accidentally overfill my inventory with this stuff. Slowly getting hotter and hotter. And we can just race on over here. Grab a bunch of quartz. And then head back up and make our FTL drive so we can leave the system. And then as we leave the system, we'll get more involved planets than simply like barren planet with 2 resources, barren planet with 3 resources kind of thing. All right. And yeah, so you saw we came by here earlier and we mined it, so you don't see the other quartz crystal stuff. They do respawn, but it is a thing that if you're running around where a bunch of other players are, you know, you're kind of picking at the same stuff. And I think the idea behind that is to, you know, if you're all trying to hit the same resource, create points of conflict, as it were. Now, I believe where I'm at right now is effectively a solo area, because we're in newbie land. So it's the same thing in a lot of MMOs in the past, where you'd start off, you have like your story intro area where you're separated out from the other players, just long enough to kind of learn the ropes. And then once you get past there, you'd then be able to join the larger community. I believe when we jump out of here and dock at the next station, I think that's when it goes and opens up to the wider galaxy, as it were, where we'll start running into other people. There is a good chance if the chat starts popping up, I might just straight up like disable the chat in-game. It is just one of those things that, you know, people get weird when they know you're streaming. People like to stream snipe and that kind of thing. People like to say some crap to get you in trouble. It's not like a super wild thing, but it's just one of those things I'm very paranoid about. Because for those who don't know, when you're creating content, whether it's, you know, on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, you have a obligation to moderate your channel, and failure to do so can actually get your channel suspended. So like if people are popping in the game and they're saying like all sorts of racial slurs and breaking TOS, if I don't take the time to be like, okay, like, you know, we're muting the audio, like if it happens and I'm like, hey, we're gonna, you know, kill chat or we're gonna mute that person or whatever, if I don't do something to be, you know, kind of addressing it, then I could potentially get in trouble. But that's the whole thing, like why I wouldn't want to deal with it. Alright. I'm imagining when we get into combat, there's probably a weapon that's like got good damage, but it overheats you like no one's business. I'm really curious what that's going to be like when we get to the combat point. I might also, while we're here, since I grabbed a bunch of copper already, and we're grabbing way more quartz than I think I need, I might grab a couple pieces of iron just in case, because it would suck to get all the way up there and realize I need like 2 pieces of iron or something that I overlooked. There's 13 something over here. Yeah, it's iron. Okay. But as you can imagine, a large part of this game, considering you're specifically here collecting resources and all that, that mining is a key aspect in the game. Alright, so just gotta let laser cool off a little. Not unlike games like No Man's Sky, where you collect all your resources to do stuff. Alright, so no more. If I grab any more, we'll be overburdened. I'll have to drop stuff. And technically, I don't think you have to drop stuff if you're overburned. You just can't boost. But that can get really slow. I think you can't jump when you're overburned, though. So this, I should be able to get back to the station, build my FTL drive, and with that, make it so we can jump between, you know, jump between solar systems or whatever. Can't remember if there's the map. Yeah, so we're in Solar Alpha, and then we got a bunch of different planets over here. You can see all that. I think there's more than what you're seeing there, just we haven't accessed it yet. Okay, grab myself another drink. I'm wondering with the quadrants, if it is a thing where you can jump between quadrants, or if that's like instances, like servers. Okay. So let's go get our FTL drive all set up and good. I also do enjoy myself a good Zero to Hero style game. So this one they give you a crappy little ship and you gotta build your way up. That you start with a loan against you or whatever. Okay. So go ahead and get all our ingots. This is also definitely better in the early access than it was in the playtest. During the playtest, they were running into server problems. And yeah, it was like every third thing you'd try and craft, you get disconnected and all that. It was pretty rough. Like, I had a lot of fun with it, but I ended up eventually having to be like, okay, I'm gonna play more of this another time because, you know, the servers were getting hugged to death. But it's been a pretty good one. Why is that open? Get that out of here. But yeah, it has all been a lot of fun. But yeah, so a big key aspect about this is, you know, you're going to explore the galaxy, find your resources. As I mentioned before, there's the base building. You'll set up your, you know, industry, infrastructure, all that kind of thing, to build out from there. So I need 2 crystal focusers, was it? So we had the FTL drive. So it needs 1 crystal focuser. So let's get the 1 crystal focuser. And then I need 7 wire and a module kit. The module kit needs 10 wire. Now, I don't know of anything else I'm using the copper for. So... go ahead and do that so we can get the module kit. Wait, did I ever make the module kit? No, I didn't. One more round of nuts and bolts. Oh, and if you didn't notice, we are also paying to use the crafting bench. You pay to do everything. Now, granted, the meme about it, like, we're paying fractions of a credit. Like, I'm paying, like, 1/3 of a credit. So it's not really actually that bad. It's just the meme of, like, you're working for the company and they're nickeling and diming you on literally everything. And FTL drive. Okay, we can load our ship. You feel like the devs are generating negative opinions of the games by paying content creators to play the game in the current state? I mean, I've not run into any glitches or anything like that. I've been having a good time with it. Like, don't get me wrong, the playtest was rough, but that was like server issues. Alright, so I've got that. Now the real question is it better for me to just sell the ore or to craft it up to better things? So I think we're gonna go ahead and do... No sound issues at all? No? Or did you turn off music? I mean, the music's playing just fine. I'm not... Like, the music's playing just fine, everything's good. So let's go here and... drop all of this for cash. Okay. And get on to the next system. But no, like, the game's been running smoothly. Like, you get the little stutter, like, right here, where it's loading in the dock because it's effectively a separate instance and all that. But that just goes into game dev, how it works when you have multiplayer games. Refill your ship's magnetic plasma. Oh, it's saying to do that right now. So that is our hyperspace fuel. Okay, and all that, and take off.
Clear. Do not die.
Lots of people have reported that the sound just stops working. You've seen it live on streams? Gotcha. I mean, I can't say anything it hasn't done there. Let's see. Target a nearby star, which can be reached from the FTL drive. So we've got... 94, 83. Stars exploration level 2, exploration level 3. 3. I'm guessing we're have only one that's 1. Okay. I mean, that seems like this is the one. Yeah. I mean, keep in mind,
You are
it's...
now equipped with a tool of absolute freedom. Take a moment to appreciate that the distances you are now able to travel were unfathomable to all but the last few generations of humans. By completing the company's onboarding procedure, you have reached the rank of apprentice, which makes you a citizen and an interstellar traveler. Now you should head to Rockmoo Station, where you can start the orientation missions and reach partner rank. Rockmoo is located in the Threshold sector, just a few FTL jumps away. But as of now, I am not responsible for anything you do. In fact, no one is. The company. Today and tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, now it's the other thing to keep in mind that we are like day one on a brand new released game kind of thing, and early access on top of that. So it's expected to have some things. And honestly, like, audio glitching out is not the worst. But yeah, no, I haven't had any problems yet. So it makes me curious, is that's got question marks over there. But it looks like that's an actual landmark on the ground. Oh, that's another pilot. Okay, never mind. That's right. So let's go ahead. So at this point we can do whatever we want, but what I'm gonna go ahead and do... Oh, right, these are just other people, so I'm seeing a player called Dead Kennedy and all that. We can go to map, and where we want to actually go is I want to go to Ratmu. Okay, so we want to go to TD-699R. So where is TD-669R? And we'll get over here. But yeah. Okay, that's clearly a load screen as well. Oh, here is everybody. I understand. Yeah, so definitely had like a slightly longer load time. And that's guessing because we've got so many people here. Alright. I believe as long as I don't hit enter, we don't end up in chat at all, so I don't have to worry about interacting with other people. Yeah, I've got different people like a Midman, Aces Gaming, Pretzel Spaceman, Pooter, Icarus, I can't read that name, it's covered up by stuff, Naomi, Kixie, Tessel, Nervy Purse. Yeah, so like this one, it's definitely different than the last time, because when we played during the playtest, it was just pretty much content creators were the only ones in the playtest, and you know, a couple of devs and whatnot. You'd fly around, you just recognize it. It was like a really weird experience, just like jumping into a game, just running into random people you know who you didn't even realize you were going to be playing the game and all that. It was just kind of cool. And this is kind of what I was figuring is going to be when it was actually like in early access. It'll be like any other MMOS game in the regards to you walk out in the world and there's just tons of random people you don't know, which is fine. But it'll be more interesting when you run into individuals you know you'll kind of want to go out of your way to say hi. You know, and then the assumption is you'd make friends, you'd find others who fly in the same circles, yada yada. Alright. Okay, we need to not you, but we'll
I
talk to you
thought
anyways.
making money would be easy once I got here, but I end up spending everything on fuel, repair, and ship parts.
Cool. Ah, here's who I'm supposed to talk to.
Welcome to Rakmu, apprentice number 481120. My instructions say I should introduce you to the orientation missions. Here's what the pitch says. Congratulations on completing your first solo interstellar jumps. To further empower you as a deep space entrepreneur, the company offers a series of affiliate orientation missions.
All right. The internal regulations?
Cute question. I've never seen them actually. You know, no one here is more internal than you are.
Okay.
Upon completing these missions, your rank will be upgraded to partner. You will then be bound only by the company's internal regulations. Please read all regulations carefully.
Okay.
I know that all sounds a bit vague. Basically, it means you can reach for the stars, as long as you extract something from them and bring it back to the company. Now, for the missions, there's a bunch of people I've been told to connect you with. Each of them should give you something useful to do. Bob is our dock officer. He'll help you improve your ship to meet the company's standard productivity level. Ingrid is an instructor. She can give you a test to certify you for the novitiate rank. That's the one just before partner. Novitiate rank lets you join or fund a corporation. Finally, if you take the elevator, you can pay a visit to the mining bureau. Those guys know pretty much everything about the Threshold sector and its resources, and if there's anything they don't know yet, they'll pay you to find it out for them. That's about it for Rakmu and its many secrets. You can come back if you're feeling lost, or if you come across any valuable data that could benefit the company. I'd be the person to talk to. Oops! Almost forgot. The company. Today and tomorrow. Of course.
Yay! I love how much of a shill everyone is. Alright, so we need to... So there's Ingrid.
I know. You've just arrived from Sector Pioneer, and now you're looking for some action, right? As an affiliate, the big thing to remember is that the more the company trusts you, the more opportunities you'll get. And I can help you with that. As a health instructor for the company, I can sign you up for the novitiate test. It's a simple process that lets us figure out who would make good use of more freedom and who wouldn't. Are you in?
Sure. Begin contract cognitive and physical assessment.
Then it's settled. I'm signing you up. You won't regret this. Let's say you want to join a corpo, or even fund one. Well, you'll be allowed to do that after you earn your novitiate rank, by passing the test of the same name. That's actually not the test's official name, but this one is much easier to pronounce. All right, just get to the testing facility, and don't mess it up.
Okay, so we're taking our cognitive and physical exam. And they want you to go there. The galaxy is vast, and you're currently in the quadrant thing. How do I change quadrant? Changing quadrant is difficult and will cost you. You will lose all your exploration, your current corpo, if you have one, and all the bases. Yeah, okay. So that's basically, yeah, so it seems like the quadrant's effectively like your instance server, so if you want, like, in World of Warcraft terms, like, whatever server you're on kind of deal. But they do allow you to switch it. There's just consequences.
I'm the dock officer, but you can call me Bob. My job is to watch apprentices land here with the junk heaps the company sold them, and try to help y'all turn them into proper spaceships. From what I've seen, you and I will have some work to do together.
Alright. Begin contract gradual enhancement.
Considering its current state, it's a miracle that heap got you here in one piece. Now, you can keep relying on miracles, or you can upgrade your equipment and be ready when your luck runs out.
Alright, cargo
What's an
space?
affiliate's most precious resource? Time. And buying cargo space is basically buying time. I don't know that much about physics, but this I can tell you. The more resources you can carry, the less round trips you'll need to make it to the station. First things first. To upgrade your equipment, you'll need ore. And to get ore, you'll need a good laser. As you try extracting tougher and tougher metals, you'll find that not all lasers can cut through them. There's no point being able to cut through materials if you can't even detect them in the first place. Your eyes may be good, but I guarantee they're not as good as a decent detector. All batteries are inefficient. They'll always waste a certain amount of energy. But you can't go without one, and some are less bad than others. The key things to look at are maximum power storage and charging speed.
Okay, so we got a whole bunch of upgrade stuff to deal with. And then we're going to go down, because it looks like you can stack the contracts. So it's probably worth it to just grab all the contracts, similar to like doing your rounds. Oh yeah, and so you go to all the different docks. All of these will be like where other players are. But I feel like we grab all the contracts, because we'll happen to get some done just by happenstance as we're doing things. Okay, and you behind the desk there is who we're talking to.
First timer, right? This is the company's mining bureau. We collect information about the sector and its resources. There's information we can sell and information we can buy.
Okay, tell me more.
There are two types of people in this world. Those who find ore they don't need, and those who need ore they can't find. We're here to help those two types get in touch. Whatever your deal is, there's a good chance we can help you somehow. But since it's your first time here, you'll have to follow a little protocol first. Just so that we know you're serious, and so you know we are.
Okay, except?
It's quite simple. We give you the name of a resource, you show us you can find a sample of it, and you get paid. And then we're in business. Mining Bureau, what can I do for you?
Okay, so we need to reach another system, upgrade some of our equipment, and we need to collect a bunch of random junk. So let's go to our ship. I should have probably checked what materials I even need, so that is what it is. I'm gonna hop into our ship real fast. I will refill our drive because I figured just keep it topped off. It's not that expensive.
Port cleared. Do not die.
Did that just say port cleared, do not die? Alright. Thanks. I'm okay with that as a message. So we got Cobra. Okay, so no one I recognize, which is fine. I don't have any reason to go to one planet over another, because we don't know our area around the system. And I could pay the Bureau to just give me the data, but I like money. And I'd like to keep my money in my pocket. Okay, so there's the sound stutter you're talking about. That the music stuttered out and quit. And if that gets too bad, we can just turn it off. But yeah, that's the first we had it. I mean, that's not that bad. Yeah, so let's go ahead and we're going to go into our options. Sound and music off. Alright. There's 6 materials on this planet, types-wise. We've got some type of ridge going on there. Okay, it sounds like the ambient sounds are also a problem. Okay. So again, new resource we haven't found before. Let's go ahead and scan that up real quick. So I've got siderite. We don't know what this is going to be, so let's grab what we can of this. So that's giving me iron. I suspect it's going to be more than just iron. But yeah, so it does seem like there is some type of audio bug. Hopefully they get that resolved. And again, it dropped in early access today. And I have enjoyed it. So we got 8 carbon. Okay, so that's one of the materials we need, is 8 carbon. We're going to grab a whole bunch of that. This will be curious because of inventory space woes. And as far as I'm aware, there's not like a like inventory storage on the station. You can't like dock up, dump it all in the station like EVE Online kind of thing. I think the idea is you'll make your base on the ground and that'll be kind of your storage and all that stuff. Your ship seems to be shaking uncontrollably. Yeah, the reason it's shaking is because we're using this and we're slowly heating up. It is a weird way of doing it, but I think the idea is like that you can see that your ship's shaking. We're getting the thing around the edges to show that we're heating up. So it's just all stuff to communicate that you're, you know, messing with your ship, getting overheated, that kind of thing. All right. It is an odd choice of an animation. I don't think it's bad, but it's definitely one of those things you're like, okay. Got another thing to scan here. We got coal clumps. Those appear to be giving me way more A carbon. Hey, Soulspire. Thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. But welcome in, Raiders. Soulspire's playing some Tales of CQ. Nice. Yeah, that just went 1.0 today. That was kind of the challenge of like what to play today. Like I did the new Oni DLC, the Aqua Planet earlier, but I actually low-key and like first if you're looking for Tales of CQ, which is sort of a Stardew Valley-esque game, but like instead you kind of change your shape or whatever, like that kind of thing. If you're looking for that kind of game, you can go and find that over there with Soulspire. But I actually got a hold of a couple of keys to give out for that game when I have the time to play it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So that's the thing. Alright, so I need to drop one thing. We found a beautiful gemstone worth a little bit of money. Let's go ahead and we're going to need to drop a couple of these. Alright. So before we leave, let's go ahead and... So we got the Brassy on here. There's 3 more resources on this planet we haven't scanned yet. That and Bistro. Yeah, I saw it was Lollet playing Bistro. Like it looked like it was a lot of fun. So what we're looking for is there's 3 materials on this planet we haven't identified yet. I'm assuming one of them is going to be on this mountain range up ahead. And then to the left I saw there was something that was a blue icon that I don't know what it is. I'm assuming at least one of the other materials will be over there. Yeah, there's definitely some audio glitches going on. You played the demo is excellent. You're hoping to score a key, but it's lovely enough I'll grab it if you don't. Yeah. There's definitely been a number of games that was the case. But yeah, so far we've been playing, this is the early access version of Spacecraft, which is sort of MMO-esque space, you know, exploration, crafting, whatever game. And it's been pretty fun so far. You can do your thing where you make corporations, they're your guilds. It's, you know, one of these classic, like, hyper-capitalist dystopian things where you have to pay for, like, literally everything and whatnot. It's been a lot of fun. We have run into, there is apparently an audio bug going on right now where the audio gets kind of glitchy. Okay, so we're not trying to roll up on this other person, but we're kind of rolling up on this other person. We also have a green icon over here. Okay, not seeing anything new that we hadn't already identified by the mountain. There's just a lot of basic resources here. Oh, I guess technically we did identify a resource, just one we had already seen before elsewhere. Let's head towards the green icon. There's 2 more materials on here, and we saw there's a green icon and a blue icon. Because I figure I might as well take a moment to identify all the materials on the planet we're on. And then we can go up, process whatever materials we need to process, sell anything we don't have an immediate need for. Okay. And that way we can continue to get money, because you unlock more permits, which is like more, you know, research, whatever, using the in-game money. And I imagine those are going to get more and more expensive, because otherwise why bother having the system if you just race through it super fast? Yeah, so lots of copper opportunities on this planet. So we had copper, we had iron, we have whatever A carbon's going to be used for. Wait a second, wait a second, wait a second. Okay. Okay, so we're at the green icon. Alright, so we got 2 different materials we don't know here. So that means that'll be everything on the planet. And I'm assuming because it's red, it means I can't actually mine it right now. Yep. Okay. So we did discover everything on the planet. My inventory is already full. There's a question mark there? Oh, it's a question mark because we hadn't scanned the planet already. So where is Raku? That's the one thing I kind of wish. It would be nice if there was some... There you are. Like, the thing pointing to which direction the station's in. Kind of wish that showed up earlier so it's, like, easier to know which way we should be going. Alright, so we can dock up. We got a bunch of stuff on board. Like I said, we'll process anything we can into useful materials. Anything that we can't process into useful materials, we're just gonna sell. There's also the question here of... I believe we need to gather together 2 of the following. Yeah, I don't know if I need to bring those back, the full stack, like the 36 and 3, to there, or I just have to find it. That's going to be the big question. But we'll figure it out. Definitely one thing we should prioritize is getting the larger cargo. Because that's going to be a huge thing for making a lot of these trips less of a hassle. Because even if I can only carry like 1.5 times, it's still going to save me a lot of work. We'll just upgrade what we can. Hey, Anander, how's it going? Alright, so let's run on over here. We'll go to the shipyard, start processing all my materials and all that good stuff. Okay, so if we go to the refinery real fast. And thank you, Shady Bonsai, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I do really appreciate that. It means a lot, so thank you. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream also. Angelo, hey, Angelo. I forgot that was the name. No, but it's good to see you. So you're definitely going to be taking on a space MMO, right? That's your plan for the day? How is this compared to No Man's Sky? So there's less like exploring to like scan various things and that kind of stuff, and less first-person shootery kind of stuff and like survival mechanics. Instead, it's a lot more about like resource exploitation, that kind of thing, and whatnot. Oh, and one thing we should go in here. There's like the research tree and all that. So let's see. We can get that. So like they're both space games, but I definitely say they're very different animals. So this is the cargo hold thing, so let's get that for 100. And we are going to get our things for cosmetics, because why not? You're good at resource exploitation. Yep. Brand management. Excellent. Electric motors. I'm going to spend the resources on that as well, because why not? Okay, so let's go back to the smelter. Yep, and that's one of the things we... Okay, so you would need silicate. Alright, so nothing more to do there. Okay, so we unlocked a lot of possibilities. So small cargo hold is metal sheets, silicon gel, small module kit. The overclocked mining laser is all that stuff. And then the spotlight... Okay, the lights are an interesting one. So let's see here. Flywheel battery. So that gives me more power. Alright, so you'd be the gel, the metal sheets, and the module kit. And we got the stuff for the metal sheets, so we can get 6 metal sheets real fast. Okay, and we can go to the small cargo. So you'd need a small module kit. So that's 20 nuts and bolts. And we would need 10 wire, so I don't actually have enough for that. Did I actually just make a bunch of metal sheets? You best believe I did. Alright, so let's see here. So if I sell one of you, it does not reduce the count. Okay, so let's sell all that. Base core drive. This device can claim the surrounding area for the user's base and supply it with electrical power. It is reserved for associates offered with, you know, with the company. We have the crude thing there. We could buy the silicone gel. Let's go ahead and we could sell all this. So if it's going to go for the small cargo, so you need 4 gel. No problem. We can just buy the gel because that doesn't look like something I'm able to find otherwise. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Relatively cheap. Okay, and we would need the small module kit, so I need 20 nuts and 10 wires. And that's way outside my budget. Okay, that's fine. And I got more of these than I need. Let's go check on you. So I only needed 6 metal sheets, so we can get rid of 8 of those. Okay. Regardless, we don't have enough, so we need just basic old iron and copper. Alright, so let's go to our ship. We're going to go back out. We're going to hit one of the other planets we haven't scanned yet, and we're going to go from planet to planet and do all that. We're going to try and find the materials.
Separation confirmed. Be careful out there.
So I'm hoping where we hit the first planet. Yeah, so we hit the first planet, so it's now marked as Janus 4. So we're gonna go check the next planet, fully scan its materials, and just get an idea of what we got in system. I believe there are multiple ships, and you can do customization that changes the aesthetics as well as the equipment on board. It is a modular ship design. So if you look at the top of my ship, I actually have 4 modules on it. I've got kind of 2 on the right side, like right here. There's one like in the middle there, and there's one on the left. You don't have to put them in that spot. It's not like hard. There are a couple of hard points that like certain modules need to go on the hard points, but you can just shove stuff on other parts of your ship. You aren't restricted to certain lock-on spots. So it's not like where you're playing like EVE Online and you've got like your dedicated hard ports where your guns are always going to show up in the same things and that kind of stuff. But as a reminder, the game is on sale for the first 2 weeks since it's been released in early access. Very much I've been enjoying it. It's basically like right now we've been kind of going through this loop of go out, scan, get the resource, bring it back, process the resource, put better equipment on my ship so I can go out and do that faster. There is plans for having PvE combat. I actually don't know what the status so far as PvP combat and all that going. I didn't look into it because I don't care about PvP combat that much. But there's going to be PvE combat, and one of the things they brought up is the intention isn't that you'll just be like, oh no, you've been ambushed, defend yourself. They're going to have stuff like we would go pirate hunting, and it'll be an entire like figuring out where they're at. You know, then they spot you, you have to, like, give chase, and then, you know, get into a fight, like, that whole thing. Like, they're gonna have more depth to it than just you show up in the same place and you duke it out, and that's the end of it. Which is good, because that can get a little tiresome after a while. Alright, so we got a lot of resources down in the ground here. Little dip in performance as we're loading in. There's 3 types of materials, so we got copper there. And more copper here. And then a new material here. So this Janus 5 is very limited on resource variety. So we've got band stoned mounds, which I don't know what are. That's giving me silicate, which is one of the things I need 6 of for our exploration mission thing. So go ahead and grab that while we're sitting here. And then we're going to grab a bunch of copper for the copper wire I need. So I'll grab this, we'll turn around to the giant mountain of copper behind us. And I'll grab all that copper. It's fine. What's a little... Okay. Maybe overheating's a little bit more serious of a concern than I thought. I was like, it's fine, it's just a little overheating, and then meanwhile your ship just has this, like, explosion on it. It's like, alright, okay, hang on. I get it, maybe be more mindful of the heat. Because now I'm assuming I gotta pay to repair it. Which, granted, like I was saying earlier, they do present the game as, like, you know, the universe is hyper-capitalistic and they make you pay for everything. But in reality, if you look at it while you do, like, pay to use the crafting machine, it's, like, less than a full credit. It's, like, a third of a credit or whatever, so it's really not much. It's just kind of the meme. That, like, you're doing work for the company and you're having to pay the company to let you use the tools to do the work for the company. Hey, Liam, how's it going? The game looks nice? Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it so far. I really enjoy a game where I can get behind the game loop where you start with, like, you know, whether it's your character or whatever, your ship or whatever, that you kind of start, like, really in a crappy way, and you kind of do the slow, like, iterative improvement on it. You collect your resources. Like, if we're going to have, like, you know, this isn't a survival game, but, you know, a crafter-style game, you know, it's fun to have that incremental improvement. Like, where progress feels more meaningful versus, you know, you push the button and suddenly you've just got better equipment and all that. And thanks, Liam, for the 45 streams. You could do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot and whatnot. Okay, so inventory is getting full. Probably don't have the space for that. Oh, no, I think we're exactly at our max space. Alright, so where's the station? There it is. I keep seeing the name Cobra running around here. And one of the people I used to play EVE Online with for, like, the longest time was a person named Tig Cobra. And every time I see Cobra, I'm just like, Tig, is that you? Which is probably not, because I would imagine they would just use Tig Cobra still if they're going to use that name. Some of these names, like Merlin and Mad Cat and Cobra, I don't know if you missed it, but did you try the that Star Miner game? Or is it too soon to try? I did not try Star Miner. I know that was on my radar, but I don't think it's a conscious decision to not play it. I just think, as well as things, that, like, a billion things are going on. But yeah, no, I've been enjoying this. Like, I enjoyed the playtest, even though the servers of this on the playtest are rough, which, granted, I've had no server issues at all. So people are worried about that from when we had the playtest. I have not had a single hiccup, glitch, disconnection, or anything with the servers on this since we started. The one and only issue we've run into is some audio bugs, which it seemed like the audio worked perfectly fine up until we got into the bigger world where you can play with others, and that's where we're running into audio stuff. So I'm curious, like, once they get it resolved, what the issue was. But, it's not been too bad. I just had to turn off the music, because, like, some of the other audio glitching wasn't too bad, but the music's pretty rough. Let's see, wasn't it Starmire that said they had no AI after coming out, had to admit they used quite a bit of it? I have no idea. There's been a lot of those doing that, though, where it's like, you know, we didn't use AI, OE did a little bit. This one is, you know, they don't have any disclosure. I haven't seen anything that makes me think AI, because I have a hard no AI on my channel. Do you also remember forking over a good chunk of change, you think, a Drake colorless black ship in Star Citizen, which is before you had seen Star Citizen's shady practice after being denied by parental discretion and lost interest? Yeah. I had kickstarted Star Citizen, but when the monetization came down to it, it's like, you could pay extra money to get this ship and pay extra, like, real-life money. I was like, alright, hang on. Hang on, no. Alright, so let's go here. We're gonna smelt the concrete. Because it has seemed like smelting is giving me more than just using it straight up. But yeah. No, I'll be curious. There's been a lot of those where you'll play the game and then you're like, wait a second, is that AI? It's one of the reasons why I like, with like Hooded Horse and a bunch of these other publishers who are very explicitly against it, it's nice to not have to be paranoid about it. But yeah, so I've very much been enjoying this. There's base building in the game. There's like production lines, production chains kind of stuff in the game. My understanding is once you get past the early game and you start building your base, you don't end up coming to like the company and then paying them to use their smelter. You'll have your own and all that kind of stuff. We have to hit, I can't remember if it's at the end of the current set of objectives we have that we hit the rank that allows me to do the base building, or it's going to be in the middle of this. There are currently a little over 20 systems in the game. They're going to be adding more systems as the early access goes along. You're going to get extra ships are going to be involved, extra modules, you get the idea. You know, the more gooder, more better. Alright. So we wanted to make the cargo hold, and it requires a small module kit. So we can go ahead and make 10 wire. One more. All right. So we can go here. So concrete is basically worthless. It's good to know that for the future. So the copper ingots. Yeah, okay, so concrete, making the silicate into concrete is a net loss. Let's not do that in the future. And we would need 20 nuts and bolts. Okay. Ain't going there. By the way, you like the Hawaiian shirt? You're big fan of the type of shirt? Yeah, so for the record, this is, it's actually a Star Wars one. It's a Ahsoka Tano, like, pattern or whatever. So it is nerddom and Hawaiian shirt in one. And small cargo hold. So we're getting ourselves a new upgrade that'll let me carry more. I didn't actually look to see if it tells me how much. Oh, it looks like it might literally double my storage space, which would be amazing. Alright, so let's load our ship. We can repair the minor damage I did by overheating. We can edit our ship. Yeah, so you can see, like, I can move these around wherever I want. Not wherever I want, but it's very, very relaxed. There are things back here that have like places that make sense, and some of this was already on here to begin with. They've got headlamps. It's interesting with the headlamps. So we have like an SP value. That's like how much I can equip. So like the headlamps don't cost anything on it. I can just change the pattern on it. Sure. Could change them cosmetically. But we got a small cargo hold thing. Yeah, so these ones have to snap in place. Ah, that's an internal module. I see. So you got like your engine and all that. The internal ones snap into place, and you got a limited number. And then you got your external ones you can kind of put wherever you want. Customization. Okay, so crude mining laser. Cool. Simple resource scanner. So go for our modules being a bit darker in the orange. So you can do all that. We have the scanner alpha. Small cargo hold. So what is that going to color? Okay. The FTL Eco. We'll leave that the orange in the middle. The crude battery. The brick cockpit. The cart pusher thruster. The warden wing. The intake vent. The round hatch. You can see we can actually paint a bunch of these. Gotcha, and this is basically being like, hey, here's the other spot you don't currently have a module in, but you'll be able to put a module in. I'm just rotating through those, so you're in the middle. Wait, no, you're going to be the dark orange. Okay, and we can go to you. Click on that. In this case, we'll make those wings orange as well. Gotcha, and we can add custom colors as well. Alright, so I just did a gray and orange pattern just to do something. So it looks like you can go in there, you can get decals. I haven't unlocked that yet. All ship parts must be connected to the ship. Connect 2 remaining ship parts. What ship parts aren't connected? Okay, confirm. I think it might have been the lights. Alright, so we don't have a whole lot of money. But we did get our better cargo module. So for the next thing to consider would be potentially the better mining laser. Or the simple radar. So it's 2 magnetic coil or 2 crystal. Yeah, so we're going to need magnetic coils, so that's going to be iron and wire, iron and copper. Honestly, I'm thinking almost all of our early stuff is going to be iron and copper. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to take off here again. But with that, our ship should have significantly more cargo space. which should help a ton. It's also those things because you have like the different
Please mind the gap between the ship and the congratulations to the winner.
the different stuff you can use.
Departure initiated. Station out.
We can choose to be like, oh, I'm going to put more of my resources into cargo and all that, which is kind of the way I would lean. Is honestly with the way this game works, it almost feels like I'd want a ton of cargo and then at least a good enough mining laser to start getting stuff. Okay, so we check on our inventory now. I've got 1 unit used out of 200 available. Alright, well let's go to the next planet down here and see what we got. See if we can't find ourselves some new resources and all that. Okay. And having the battery will let me boost longer, and getting a better engine, I imagine lets you boost faster and yada yada. I also noticed we have ourselves 8 module points that I can choose between. So I'm assuming we'll get a lot of goodies out of that. Right, so we need iron and carbon, or sorry, iron and copper are the big ones. So this is Janus 3. Oh, I see. All right, 1 second. We're gonna go back up. It does make sense. That we're using crappy solar panels. That being in the dark side of the planet kind of limits us a great deal. Come around to being on the light side of the planet. Alright, let's try going down now. See if this will be any better than where we were on the other side. Okay, so got 4 different materials on the planet. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
I love you.
I love you too.
Yes.
You stay pretty. So got the copper. Nope, we got a bunch of materials over here. That's the silicate for concrete. We really don't need that. More copper. We still got 2 more materials we haven't gotten a hold of yet. Or haven't scanned yet. Some more silicate. More copper. More copper. More copper again. Okay. One of those... Was one of those different? Okay, don't know when we got the other one, but okay. Alright, let's head over towards the mountain area. So we got one more material we haven't identified. So let's start mining some of this, because I'm wondering if this can give me the pyrite as well. Well, that gave me quartz. That is not what I was expecting. The silicate's what I'm expecting. And the silicate I'm fully intending on just dumping out the other side. But if it can give me quartz, it's actually not too bad. Because then we can use the quartz for making our lenses or whatever they were. The focusing things. And we need that for some of the construction stuff. Okay. I guess we don't have as good a sunlight here, so we're struggling a little bit to keep the laser going. That's fine. It's helping, like, manage my power anyways. Yeah, so most likely I'll dump the silicate, because it's not worth particularly much. Alright, so let's go over here, because we still got one more material we haven't identified on the planet. We still need to get a bit more of the a carbon or the pyrite. Grab some copper while we're here. Because I do have 200 cargo worth of space now. I might as well use it. So I think with the extra cargo, the next thing I probably want to focus on is the better mining laser. So that I can fill my cargo faster. The battery would also be useful to help with, like, getting to and from the station, and when we're not in good light, keep going. Okay, let's give that a chance to cool off. Because, yeah, then we can just get all the copper bars and sell all that for a bunch. Alright. I haven't seen the option to get a better cooling system. I'm sure that's a thing. I imagine that's all, like, the decisions you make in the end, that you've got, I don't know how many internal spots, let's say 12 internal spots. And you gotta make that choice of going, okay, well, with my limited number of internal spots, I could get myself more cargo, faster mining speed, better combat effectiveness. You go in where you can do a ton of damage, but then you start overheating. I imagine those are all decisions you're gonna end up making in the long run. But in the meantime, I appreciate that we're getting more quartz. So I should have plenty of quartz for making my focuses. That'll be good for mining lasers. I'm also curious. Oh, I think if I remember correctly, during the playtest, I did put 2 mining lasers on at the same time, and I think I was allowed to use them both side by side. But the problem I had is it just drained my battery and shut off almost immediately. That I couldn't sustain them. So I think the idea is you'd end up needing to have all that extra battery or power generation to do that, but it would let you mine much faster. I'm not sure I'd want to do that. Not unless you can get like a bunch of resources right on top of each other. There's particularly lucrative resources that take a while to mine. I think you'd be much better off not doing that. Okay. So we still got one more resource to find. We are getting ourselves tons of copper here. I think it's safe to say there's not going to be iron on this planet. And I'm imagining there's probably a thing, since we're exploring this, that I can like pull up the navigation and it'd be like, oh hey, this planet, you can find iron here. Oh hey, that planet, you can find copper there. But it's only after you've explored it, or you pay the, what's the group called? The Mining Bureau. I could also definitely see it that you pay the Mining Bureau, and once you've done that, like, you just have that information. Which that was, for those who didn't see, at the beginning when we made our characters, it's the first thing you do is say, like, hey, what region am I in? North America, Europe, whatever. But then separate from that, there was a whole thing where you had to choose what quadrant we're in. And I think the implication with the quadrant is that's like your, that's your equivalent of like shards in other games. You got some stuff up here. Alright, so there's a ton of resources, like ton of resources right here. What resource do we have here? Oh, sweet mama jama. That is a lot of copper. There's also some great quartz over there. Okay. So just gonna load up until we got no space left to put stuff in. And then let's double check to see the values on things to see what makes sense. Is this still tutorial? No, I mean, not really. This is the point where it's like you're free to go and do anything, but there are quests that were effectively locked behind getting access to more stuff. So I'd definitely say we're not tutorial land anymore, but we do not have access to everything. Which isn't super surprising. A lot of games, they have that where it's like the tutorial where they teach you the basic mechanics and then they pass you off. But then you're like, okay, I want to do whatever. Like, I want to smuggle. Well, and then you gotta, you know, figure out smuggling, but it's not technically in the tutorial part of it. Alright, so point is, this planet didn't have the pyrite or more carbon, which is fine. But the thing we should check is I will check the price of 1 copper ore, 1 copper bar, and the copper wire. And basically see if we can't figure out, like, what phase I should sell it at. What makes the most sense. Okay. Got 176 out of our 200 cargo space. $180, and we're just waiting on heat. I wonder if the overcharged one. You love a grindy game? Yeah, no, I've mentioned that a couple times. I love when a game has a nice like progression to it. You have to put in a little bit of work to make your progress. It could definitely be a thing, especially when you're talking MMO or like large scale games. It can definitely be a thing that ruins the game when you're able to progress and advance too quickly. So you kind of hit the cap of what you can do in the game very early. And it's like, don't get me wrong, grinding can get tedious in games as well. Feels more meaningful, not fast? Yeah. There's definitely a balance there. It's also very subjective. Okay, so I could take damage before I hit those bars. So that's good to note. Alright, I should be able to take one more piece here, and then I think we'll be about full. Okay, one more piece after that. Because we're at 196.5, and it looks like each one of these chunks is giving me about 2 weight worth of weight. 199.5. Yep. Alright, so it looks like we have to get to around 12, 13,000, whatever the units are, above the surface. And then the station shows. I accidentally dipped in the atmosphere again, just for a minute. Okay. Just waiting on our batteries, and then we can get the station. So we didn't find any iron. We got tons of copper. We got the quartz. So we're gonna, you know, make whatever the next part is for either the battery or the mining drill. I'm not too fussed which way we go with it. We'll make the copper wire for it. We'll sell all the rest. Because honestly, getting the credits and just buying it is not a bad strategy. Versus trying to go and like grab the individual things you need. Because it does seem like the price differences, I think we're pending... I think we spend twice as much buying compared to selling. Which is not insignificant. But at the same time, considering I have to hold the stuff in my hold between, you know, until I use it, it's definitely a thing that would eat into your potential revenue a lot. I don't think as well as ones you have like a solidly correct and wrong answer. But I would much rather continuously get that like trickle of money and then buy the thing versus being like, you know, you got 2/3 of a hold full of materials to craft some giant module and you're just looking for the last resource and not getting progress in the meantime. Okay. We can go down to the shipyard again. To the shipyard, whichever. One thing I am noticing with this setup is there's definitely room for a lot of stuff. So let's see. If we go here, the silicate ain't worth crap. We're just going to sell that. So the nugget is 1.6, the ore is 3. And the wire is 2.8. Let's go ahead and... A copper bar... Yeah, so a copper ingot is 2 ore. Oh, it just tells you right here, we don't even need to do the value math. Okay, so if we craft this, it has an added value of 2 credits. And that has an added value of 1.6 credits. Alright. So it just straight up tells you so you don't have to math it out. I appreciate that. So every time this cycles, I'm effectively making an extra 2 credits. Versus if I just sold it. But I can certainly see the argument of I don't feel like waiting. I'll just take the 20 credits less and just leave. It's also interesting, like, how much of this, like, the cost is like, the numbers are relatively low. You know, versus a lot of games where we'd already being dealing in, like, you know, the hundreds to thousands of gold or credits or whatever. So the fact, like, oh, hey, I'm making, you know, I'm making 6 credits on this. You know, I'm being taxed half a credit on this. You know, all it is, we've moved the decimal point. But it is kind of amusing to think it's like you're doing this work. It's like, what are you getting paid? I'm getting paid 12 credits. Look at me. That also means you could potentially go over to then the workstation and see with all that, like, you know, for making the money, what makes the most sense. And I also imagine we'll run into times where there will be materials we need to craft that aren't available for purchase. Okay. And I believe that'll be the last one here. Okay, so the thing we're looking at potentially is the overclocked mining laser. Which would be crystal and focusers. We do need a simple mining laser, which I have. Yeah, the simple mining laser, so I would need 3 crystal focusers and 3 coils. The other thing we could get is the battery, which is 2 concrete, a motor, and a small kit. So let's look at the motor. The motor is 5 silica gel and 5 magnetic coils. What are magnetic coils? That's iron ingots, nuts, and wire. So we make the wire. So the wire is kind of a wash per value because it adds a value of 0.32 credit per cycle, and there's a crafting tax of 0.31. So it'd be making 0.01 credits per thing. We had a teacher in high school that multiplied all his scores by 1 million, so that students would have to be like, "Can't you just give me a few million points on my few more million points in your test?" Yep. Okay. So the crystal focusers aren't too bad. We can make 3 of those nice and easy. I would just need the wire. Honestly, just do it. There's not another thing I can make with them. Okay, so for the overclocked, I needed 3 of those. Oh, I should also check. That adds a 1.7 credits worth of value. It makes me wonder if later in the game you could like have a hierarchy of stuff where you start with the materials and slowly work your way up and, you know, effectively create money. Alright, so we have the simple mining laser equipped. So the coils here are be mostly iron. Alright. So we need 3 coils. So that means I need 15 copper wire. Alright. So this we can run over here and then grab the copper ingots and sell the whole stack. Sell the extra coils. Alright, so we got our wire, we got our focusers, and I have the simple mining thing, so I could sell all this for 190. We got 190. How much would I need to get the thing right now? So you are the overclocked. So I need 3 magnetic coils. So I would need 3 iron ingots and 3 nuts and bolts. Iron ingots aren't available here. So that's not an option. Alright, that's fine. So let's go back to our station, and hopefully we can find ourselves some iron. At this point, that's all I need for the better mining laser is iron. Okay.
Tell me if you find something valuable. I want my share.
The dialogue is wild. So let's see here. They've been to 3. Alright, so here's another one we haven't been to. Because we'll keep scanning the system. Do we have any new names that are interesting? Not really, we just got more people. Now let's plan to go wide right so we can stay in the sunlight. Yeah, so we're hoping to have some iron on this one. Maybe find a carbon and pyrite to finish that quest. Because right now we're working on the gradual enhancement to make our ship better. I do think very genuinely as much cargo as you can put on your ship is honestly probably worth it. Like, obviously there'll be consequences in the sense of, like, the balance around it or whatever, but... Okay, so let's drop in on the sun side. Oh, one thing is going to check. So if we hit M, we go into system here. Too far? So I click on... Yeah, so it tells me what's there, where I can find, like, what I can find. Yes, that's what I figured, is like once you had scanned the stuff, it'll tell you, it's like, hey, you can find this material here, that kind of deal. Okay, there's 4 materials on this planet. Okay, we've got a couple of materials over here. And a point of interest over there. Okay, that's where we get quartz and all that. I've done that plenty. Let's leave it alone. Oh, that would be our A carbon. So let's grab enough of this to satisfy the mission. Okay. And 1 to 2 more ticks. Ought to do it.
Good. Now that you've seen what the Bureau can do for you, it's time you did something for the Bureau. We're looking for geological information on various planets. Please explore these planets and send us the data you collect.
Okay. So we've got a new objective for checking a bunch of planets. So it looks like this is another one that's got copper on it. There's still one more material we haven't found. So we'll see what we also get. Detect and gather the debris. Detect debris on a planet. Interesting. Still got more of that. You got a bunch of materials here. So we got gray quartz. Alright, well, let's not sweat staying at this planet. There's nothing I need here to mine, and we need the iron. get off Janus 1. We still got a pretty decent amount of cargo space left to us. Yeah, it's Janus 4. Janus 3. And then that one over there is the only one I haven't checked yet. So you can check that one, and that'll be the system explored, and at which point there won't need to run around. So it is curious. So it mentions debris on a planet. I'm curious of the debris on a planet, like, what we'll need to do that. Like, will I need a better scanner? Let's also, again, go over to the side so we stay on the sunny side of the planet for our solar panels. Okay. It is curious, like, when it comes to dealing with a lot of this kind of different stuff, just the physics around it. Like, I understand because a lot of games they don't use, like, Newtonian physics or whatever for a number of reasons. One, they're inaccurate, but they'll do the whole thing where you stop boosting and you slow down. You're like, but space? Alright. Okay, so we got the last one here. This is Janus 2. Let me check out what we can get down here. Oh, is this one covered in water? Alright. I hadn't anticipated that being a thing, but okay. Can I go under the water? Apparently the answer is yes. Okay, so I cannot scan that. Oh. Okay. We can go underwater, but it does gradually damage our ship. Alright, so my scanner's not good enough. It's the same material, so we've got one material there that I can't do anything with. Same icon. Same icon. Same icon. Alright. So yeah, it looks like we'll have to get a scanner upgrade and probably a mining upgrade. Oh, we got something that's not below water. So it's copper again. I'm gonna guess there's like one or two different types of ore under that icon. Okay. So this plan might also be a bust for our purposes. Cool stuff on it, I can't scan it yet. We gotta tech up. Okay, those on the bottom, this one's up. Okay, and that's more copper. Alright, I'm gonna go on the assumption here that we're just looking at copper and then stuff at the bottom of the water. And at the stuff at the bottom of the water, I don't have the tech I need for it. Alright, so with that, let's get back out here, and let's just go and pull up our map now, because we've checked all the planets. And see, yeah, because there's 2 things left, and I'm going to guess both of them are underwater materials, because at least one of them is. Alright. So we check on our map. We have checked all the... Too far. We have checked all the planets, so you have... That's got the pyrite. Yeah, so you've got copper. Yeah, I think the siderite. Okay. Oh, okay. So it'll tell me a bunch of different materials it can have. Alright, so we're going to the 5th planet. And you want to go to the green mark. The green mark has 2 of the ores we're looking for. I'm wrong. I'm gonna go this one. It says set destination, so zoom in and out. Just right click to set destination. So I need to not go to that one, we need to go to, was it 4? Yeah, so it's 4. Okay. So let's run on over here, and what we are looking for is the green icon. Because the green icon will have the pyrite, and I believe it's got another type of stone that we can get there. Because I'm not sure if you saw when I pulled this up and we went here. I'm able to click on the different materials and go to the Chowler site. It tells me it's got 2 types of ore in it that we haven't seen before. Which it just says, like, hey, it's got copper and it can have other materials. The siderite, we can have... Okay, so siderite has iron in it. And then this one has 3. It looks like it actually shows the icons, which does kind of just give away what's in it. Okay, so where's the green marker? Yeah, so we want siderite potentially for the iron. So blue, red, green marker. That's all copper. Copper? No, coal. Also something I don't need. Copper. Okay, so when we get here, I should be able to get the pyrite we're looking for. And then we'll have to find our source of iron. Actually, I don't need the pyrite anymore. That was for the mining thing we already finished. Well, that's fine. We can go ahead and mine a little bit of this so we can actually have detected what type of ores it can drop. That's a normal material. Pretty sure we can't mine this. Nope. So that's why you don't know what the materials are. Alright, well let's check. So yeah, so siderite can have iron, and then there's a green material in it. So we're looking for siderite right now, and it's just on the planet in general. So we want to find a bunch of siderite, get a bunch of iron. And then with the iron we can craft our better mining laser. Then we can go from there. That's more copper again. There we go. So we're hoping to get a decent amount of iron out of these. They do unfortunately give carbon as well, but that's just whatever. And there's supposedly a green material they can give me as well that we haven't seen yet. That's okay. These are giving pretty consistent iron, so we should be able to turn those into everything we need to make our next module, and then probably give us a start on the next module after that. Which then the question is, for the module after that, it's like, okay, do we go for the battery and do like the whole balance thing, which we probably do, because we just swap out the battery we've got for a better one. But my immediate temptation would be like, no, hang on. More cargo. More cargo, more better. Give mun. Want money. Give pay. Give pay, please. All right. Copper. Honestly, if we hit another one of these nodes of iron, and we still got space, I probably will go and hit up some copper. Coal. Let's see here. Not seeing a whole lot of ore all of a sudden. Okay, so we're just gonna turn around for a minute. I was afraid of that. Sounds like material will be a bottleneck in progress. You can call it an exclusive ore gate. Yep. No, it's very clearly like the raw materials is the the bottleneck and all that. That's very deliberate design. It's no different than when you're playing, you know, like your survival crafter and you start out with stone and then you have to get like your basic materials to then, you know, get like your copper equipment to then get your iron equipment to get that. It's the same general idea. Just not as direct. Like you get, you know, metal X to get that tier of metal, you get metal Y. The crafting, instead of being stick plus metal, it's more involved. It's still not that bad when you really think about it. Like, we're mostly combining iron and copper right now. And just when we're combining it, it just so happens to be... I'm not finding, like, hardly anything on this planet now. There we go. All I had to do is complain about it. The classic. Okay, so we can go over here. That's probably gonna be copper. It's up on the ledge. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. I want the siderite, I don't care about the coal. But if we can get the iron and more copper, we can just upgrade things. We'll also have to check, because the ship has, like, a, new component calcite. Alright. So that means we did finally get the last materials that we can get out of these. So we've discovered everything this can offer me. Another thing we should do when we go back to station is see if we can't get better tech. Alright, we're probably not gonna have the room for the copper, even if I want to. Being greedy on the iron, which is fine. Sitting on 25 ore, plus a small amount of carbon. And more calcite. Okay. And we've got 10 more cargo space left. And we are full. Okay, I was not expecting to jump from one of those to the other. Okay, so looking at what we got here, you're probably the thing I want to get rid of the most of. So ditch one of those. And now we're not overburdened. And let's get back out of here. So I should have plenty of materials now to make the upgraded mining laser, which is good. And I learned my lesson the last time to not try and equip 2 mining lasers at this stage in the game. I'm sure we'll get bigger batteries and power generation and all that I will be able to get away with it. We're just not there yet. Okay. But as a reminder, the game is on sale. They've been kind enough to sponsor the channel. If you use the link at the top of the channel, clicking that link genuinely does help. We aren't getting like kickbacks, like they don't give me $5 every time someone clicks on or anything like that. It just lets the devs know that you found the game through the channel and that, you know, their sponsor money was well spent and all that good stuff. But the game is on sale for the next 2 weeks. It's just come out in early access. I've very much been enjoying it so far. I do enjoy another, like, a decent, like, material grind. I remember doing, like, EVE Online and just grinding ore and then manufacturing my stuff and all that. This is, like, right up my alley. I'm very curious how the combat's going to be in the game. I haven't gotten into any of that yet. We don't have the modules. I'm not actually sure if it's in yet. I know it will be available in early access. I just don't know, like, how much is and is not available in that regard. if we get through some of the stuff here, we'll be able to rank up to the point we can start what's called a corporation in the game. It's basically your equivalent of like a guild. Alright, so we can go over here. Then go to you. And each time we do this, we get like an extra credit and a half worth of, you know, money. So the fun fact, iron and copper alloys are used in electrical bearings and marine hardware. I mean, yeah. Like copper, it's honestly, so copper is used in wiring quite often, but the other one a lot of people don't think about with copper is you actually use in a lot of cooling stuff as well. There's a lot of like radiators and that kind of stuff that actually use copper, usually not for the fins, but for like, if you're using, for example, like heat pipe tech, the heat pipe itself might be copper, and then you know whatever other materials you make the fins out of. There's a lot of, you know, parts in cars that deal with both either electricity or cooling that are made out of copper. You also, historically, for different types of heated piping, you use copper historically. And as far as iron, it's pretty rare you use iron as iron. You almost always make it into an alloy to do stuff these days. You know, whether that alloy is something like a steel or whatever, or, you know, some other combination. Okay. So we got that all squared. Alright, so to go for my overclocked mining laser, I need 3 magnetic coils. So let's go ahead and get our magnetic coils. So that's going to be, I think just 1 round of these. Why would you compare it in that way, Darth? That's a very odd choice of sentence. Alright, so then we got you. So I need to take the simple mining laser off my ship so I can overclock it. So let's go to our ship, load, repair the 1 credit of damage, edit the ship. And that's my mining laser. Yep, so put... Oh, that's a crude mining laser. Well, that changes my plans. Alright. So I need it to be a simple mining laser. Okay. Simple mining laser. You need a small module kit, which is going to be 10 wire and 15 more bolts. That's probably fine. So go here. So 2 rounds of this should give me my bolts. And we're just gonna go here and buy the wire. Ow. Small module kit. Because then I should still have just about everything I need. So there's a simple mining laser. Patch slots. I don't know what that means. Alright, so you need 2 crystal focusers. So that's 15 copper wire and a quartz, which we can accommodate. Alright, so we can go here. Alright, let's double check some things here. Okay. So, for the overclocked one, I need 3 magnetic coils, 3 crystal focusers. Okay, so we've got you. So I just need the 2 crystal focusers, which is copper and quartz, which I don't have. Alright, that's fine. So, what we're going to go ahead and do is go to you. I don't need all those, so I'll get rid of 3 of them. Don't need that. We don't need you. Don't need you. I don't need you. Yeah, so it'd be copper and quartz is what I need for the rest of it. So I can go ahead and sell all this stuff. Let's go, and before I forget, knowledge tree. So that's 50 credits. Personal factory is 300. I'll go ahead and buy this. Is it important? Nope. Am I buying it anyways? Yep. Because I can unlock it, it's not that big a deal. So let's edit our ship. We're going to rip off that mining laser and slam that one in. Because during the playtest, I made the mistake of trying to run both those. We're going to get our 50 credits back. Okay, so we would need copper and quartz to get the bigger one. Oh, but we also, change the ship's name. So we also are about to finish our gradual enhancement thing, which would be another objective. So edit the ship. So we have the ship name here, which is always the challenge. Likely compromised. There you go. Confirm. Okay. Boaty McBoatface. It's not a boat. Alright, so gotta talk to Bob. And see what he has to say.
Now that's a spaceship you can work with. If you ask me, they should have given you all that from the start. How much did you pay for the carcass? Dear Earth. Well, at least now you're all set.
Let's see, you brought underwater a bit ago, which makes it a boat. No, that makes it a submarine.
But you shouldn't stop there. You know, we actually have a scale system to score a spaceship's efficiency. If you keep improving yours to reach 600 points on that scale, your life will get much easier. And you'll be a better asset to the company.
Okay. So, the good news is he still wants me to continue upgrading my ship. So we need copper and quartz. We also have requirements to go to other systems. So I think what we do is we potentially jump to another system that is one of our objectives and go from there. Oh, you wanted me to change my... It's fine. We'll deal with the color thing the next time we dock. Alright, so you want me to go to MQ6815, which is literally in front of me. There we go. Does that make a Titanic a submarine? Yes, a really bad one. So we need to reach Polvia 1. So we've got two planets or whatever in this system. And we'll see what the cognitive and physical assessment is. which I'm curious what this is going to entail. We of course hit the wrong one. That's okay. We'll do a quick check to see what's on the surface here. All right. So I got a new icon. I've got a square question mark in addition to regular things. Oh, you know what? I need those. And it mines so much faster. Also not really overheating very fast, which I appreciate. So we've got all that. I'm assuming the square is the shipwreck. Because the whole thing about detecting ship debris on a planet. So it's sitting there. Let's pull this up. Yes, they don't have any marks on there that implies like what stuff might be stuff. We have a lot of copper nuggets on board. How's my inventory not full with like 64 of them? Okay, I think after this one, we're gonna stop grabbing the copper, and we'll just see what else we can grab. But that'll get my copper sorted out so that we can finish upgrading the mining laser again. And I'll have to see what to work on next, because we still have the battery we can upgrade. And I'm assuming, if nothing else, we'd be able to keep upgrading our cargo. It's very much with, like, the cargo thing. And we give myself a bunch of extra inventory. That's just more money, more stuff moving along. And we're getting the overclocked mining laser. I assume it would just do this faster. So go towards the green marker, because we don't know what that is yet. I'm assuming these, like, green and red markers, they just mean point of interest, is my guess. But there's 4 other materials on the planet we haven't found yet. Okay, it's more of the copper. Oh, we have the squares. Let's go see what these squares are. There's probably gonna be more copper. So what are you? I don't really... Oh, I guess it's literally a patch on the ground. So it is a copper deposit. It's a deep deposit, so it can't actually snag it, so that's kind of cool. So still heading over to the green spot. We still have 4 materials on the planet we have not yet, you know, identified. We get exploration points for finding all these things, which gives us the ability to go to more systems that are more advanced and all that kind of stuff. Okay, we've got ore over here at a little ways. Then we got like a big dip of ore over there, or a big dip that has ore in it over there. More copper. What all was in those? So those one we haven't gotten anything yet at all to tell what they are. And then you are going to be copper. Figure we'll grab them while we're here. So there's a new thing, pyrite. And azurite stone. So it's all 3 things we can get out of that. We've got shallow sight. So let's see what we can get out of the shallow sight and all that stuff. Also has pyrite in it. And a beautiful gemstone +2. Yeah, so you have one more thing in there that we don't recognize yet. That said, my inventory is about to lose the war. Quartz. That works out, I needed quartz. Exactly 2 of it. So it does mean I should have everything I need to get the overclocked mining drill. Got 194, 195. And 197, 202, too much. Okay, let's go to our inventory real fast and just ditch something out of it. Looking at this stuff. I want the quartz and the pyrite and the beautiful gems. I guess it'll be just however much of this. There. So you got the blue marker there. You got the red marker over there. You've done the green marker, so let's go towards the blue marker. Because there's still 2 types of ore we have not identified on this planet. And sometimes we tend to find these at whatever the markers are on the map. Or if not, find them, like sometimes we'll find like giant patches of a sort of material we've seen elsewhere at the patch. The points of interest seem. So we got Satellite, so that's 1 more. So we got 1 more material we have yet to identify on the planet. Okay, we've got like a ravine or whatever coming up. There's more copper right there. They've got the red icon over here. I wonder if there's like, when we look at this. Okay, so it doesn't give me any information or all about it. Yeah, so the other thing we've got left is the red icon there. And we're seeing a lot of these Saturite now. So if we're lucky, we'll get this last one found. Get the exploration bonus. And then we can head over to the other planet in the system, which is the one where we have the cognitive and physical assessment. Alright. It's all copper and all that. It's a deep copper node. Or Saturite. It's not the square icons, that's deep copper. And if we don't find it at the red node, then we'll just leave. Go check the other planet. Because I'm sure we'll get like better scanners and stuff like that that'll help. I mean, I guess I probably shouldn't leave. Because you do have like where you get the full survey. Probably good to do it. It's just a question if it's not at the red icon, where else would it be? Because we are, just cruising over here, scanning everything. Copper. Yep. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff down here. Something new. Copper, copper. All the copper. Super copper. More of you. Alright, so we found all that. So, we checked the red node, we checked the blue node. Not sure, I think those just mean North and South Pole. Does this be more like deep copper? Yeah, I'll check this, and then we're gonna go up. What was different on this one? Ah, there was a single coal clump in that one. Okay, cool. And now I can check the other planet. The one I was supposed to be on this whole time. To take our cognitive test. And I'm curious it'll be another one like survey it. I'm hoping it won't be like, hey, go mine all these different things. Because we already are dealing with a full cargo because I collected stuff on our planet. So we can get our next ship upgrade. And I'll be curious, like, with the upgrades when we get our next option. Okay, while we're going there, so the next tech option we would get is the personal factory is 300. We have asteroid mining, which is 1,000. Chemical explosives, which is 800. Modular structures, which is 300. Solar panels, which is 300. That's probably to upgrade my ship's solar panel. Automated factories. So this is all going to be the base building side of things. Custom controls. Ship of steel. Reach the company's sea path. I don't know what that is. We got coal, coal. We got 2 landmarks this way to check out. Right down to only 2 types of ore left. Okay. Made like a red number on it. Oh, I see. It put the red number there, and when the red number there was just basically being like, hey man, you're gonna find this one like in the red zone kind of thing. This whole place is just covered in gray quartz. Yeah, let's turn you this way. Okay, so we see we've got you can head towards the blue one, but it's like the other side of the planet. That's the last thing we're kind of looking for. Alright. Now check out this landmark real fast. Now I can turn towards the sea path. Okay, so we got our sandstone mounds. Alright, so for the sea path, I need to turn something like this. That's the green marker. Okay, so the green marker's too far, so something like that. Alright, so we're just zipping along here. Okay, a little bit more to the right. Okay, so let's go a bit higher up. Because I don't see anywhere that's listing like my actual speed of movement. But I assume going over this, like way out in space around, would be substantially faster than, you know, trying to scoot along the surface. I'm just waiting our battery. Okay. We're a bit over halfway there. Just need to kind of let it just keep on drifting forward. We can drop in and get this thing. I'm assuming it's just like showing that you can figure out how to navigate the map, that kind of thing. And then we can take the whole thing back, get our even better mining laser done. Then the last thing we have access to right now that we haven't already done is the battery. And I'll have to check what it takes to set up your own base, because that'll be something new. That was where we stopped in the play test, is right around the time we'd start doing our base building. Just because at that time the servers were in pretty rough shape, just too many people hopping on. But again, like we've been playing today, and we've had some audio glitches, but that's the only problem we've had at any point. Okay, so we should start seeing it relatively soon. There you are. So go check this out. I am curious what it'll have us do here, because I'm assuming it's more than just go to the location if it's supposed to be a cognitive and physical test. Okay. Question is, am I supposed to land here? Alright. I didn't realize I could land on the surface. Enter the main entrance. Okay. So this is news to me. I wasn't under the impression that I could just land the planet and go for a run. But here we are. I feel like I'm going the wrong way around. On the plus side, I'm not seeing like any hunger gauges or water gauges or oxygen gauges or anything like that. The only one I'm seeing is way at the top center. There is a temperature gauge. But it's in green at 21 degrees Celsius, which I believe is a perfectly reasonable temperature to be alive in. There's actually green stuff on this planet. Yep, I definitely did not go in this the right way. I suspect you might need to actually land on the platform. It's possible. I was concerned about what would be considered what. Like, I wasn't super clear, because there was something that looked like it might be a landing pad, but also looked like it might have had something on it, and I wasn't too sure. Well, we're just running around what looks like Arizona, where it's all deserty but little dry brush all over the ground. Yep, I think you might be right that I needed to land my ship up top there. Or, actually, take that back. That looks like a big old door. Or, no, it's shaded spot of wall. From the other angle, it looked like it dipped in more, and then when I got to the lighting being closer, it's like, oh, that's just wall. Never mind. Alright, so just gonna run over here. And we can land on the platform. That's good to know. That gives them a lot of opportunity for stuff to do in the game. The fact that we got, you know, our quote-unquote space legs and whatnot. Yep, so let's see what actually is considered the platform and not. It did seem like the ship was smart enough to slow down as I started going, so it wasn't like you hold control and just smashed in the ground and damage yourself. It did seem like as you got closer, it started naturally preventing itself from going fast at the ground. Okay. And we were just taking a casual stroll around Seapath, as you do. Yeah, so that looks like a landing pad. Considering with the other ones, it's all like, you know, dock, hit E, and it like requests, and it autopilots you into the pad. The fact that it switches over throws everything. Okay.
Welcome to the testing facility, apprentice. Feeling confident? You'll see this is pretty straightforward. First the cognitive test, then the physical test. Just go through the door on the left, and keep going until you wind up in this room again.
Okay. Stop observing me. Okay, we'll take all. I would like to take those things. My inventory is full, though. I see. Right, so it's gonna happen here. He's just had to solve the puzzle, which is very...
I know what you're thinking. This is crazy, right? I told you it would get physical. Now, you're gonna need to hold the crouch key if you want to get out of this room.
This is... sure. This is weird.
Right, it's good you didn't let that last part stop you, because now you're in for a little more sport. The nice part is you won't have to think anymore.
Use your legs and to jump. If you fail, do not scream. Cognitive and physical assessment complete. Go straight to leave facility. Completed. You can now exit. 0 out of 2 secrets found. Why would you do this to me? Okay, I was checking to see if I went ahead and popped that. If it mark as a secret found. And we had you. So where would they hide secrets? CPAF designer. Note, I don't think compliance and submission test has quite the right ring. Maybe something like physical and cognitive test would be better.
Okay, please refrain from visiting the test designer's offices.
Although our instructions have always seemed to forget the
I
names
know
anyways.
it's tempting, but it's not part of the assignment. And I don't think the company likes it. They sent me a notification.
Okay. Module patch heaped absorber. Okay, so that was considered a secret there. I see. So there's gonna be certain places where we have doors we can check to get extra goodies. I'm glad it rewards you for it. Okay. Use your brain to think. No. You can't make me. I was gonna see if I could just, like, wedge myself against the wall and then walk up the rail. I'd run down there before. Let's just double check to make there isn't, like, a door or something down there. Hmm. Yeah, it says there's 2 secrets, and that one secret gave me something cool, so, like... It is as well as things making me wonder, like, okay, where would they hide the other one? Because we got all that. And we got the designer's key card. So it's curious there's a thing where, like, we'd backtrack to find another one. Yeah, so I already did that. I was curious if also if it's just, like, not just, like, a second box in here or something. And it won't spend forever on this. If we don't find it relatively soon, I'll move on. Because this is what a place that feels like we'd be able to get there. I can also easily see them hiding something like off these vents or whatever. Okay, so that's all the room there. Okay, so nothing up on this section. Aha! I was like, okay, the only other place I could see, like, as a big one is just the pit itself. I was figuring there's going to be a door, not a vent, but that's fine, too. Basics from the company. There's, like, pick up thing, don't shout, look, get caught by camera, jump, and an idea or something like that. Oh, sit in the lounge chair. No, the more time a recruit invests in trying to please the company, the more motive they will be to stay loyal, based on the sense that the time they've invested would otherwise be wasted.
Ooh, I've just received a second notification from the company. It seems you've ignored my warning and visited another designer's office. And now they're adding 100 credit fine to your debt.
Hey. Also, they should feel rewarded enough to continue to remain stupid enough to rely on us. This applies not only to the test, but also to those onboarding ranking as well. And they gave me a blueprint for a metal sheet using copper ingots instead. Now, I've noticed, unless I'm mistaken, I don't think they mention your debt anywhere. Oh, nope, there it is. Credits are shared with the currency issued, so we have a current debt. It didn't actually add 100 credits to the debt. Yeah, it's got our ship names and all that kind of stuff. I haven't actually looked through here. Yeah, so it's got our ship and all its stats around it. I'm significantly over there. Right, we've got all these training things that I've jumped off of already. We have the encyclopedia, the galaxy map. I have no idea what any of this is about. Oh, you can use your... Well, actually... Oh, that's... Gotcha. So there's going to be like a premium currency for cosmetics. That's fair. And then that's just settings. That's fine. I don't actually have a big issue about premium currencies for like cosmetics. I mean, the premium currency thing kind of sucks. But that's you know, different places it can be easier just to standardize it that way. But it seems to be cosmetic only. That must be the in-game purchase they saw on the Steam page? Yeah. No, absolutely. But I have no problem with that. Like, I played plenty of Path of Exile, and that's... Path of Exile does blend a little bit farther where you have, like, stash tabs that are functional and all that. Now, the downside is I am overburdened, and not by a little.
Congrats, Junior. You've earned yourself the title of Novitiate. Basically, it means you'll be a better asset to the company if we give you more freedom. Accordingly, the Corpo interface of your personal computer is now unlocked, allowing you to join or fund a Corpo. I'd advise you to select your associates wisely, or fly solo if there's no one you can trust.
Okay, so we need to go to our inventory. Alright, so what do we have? So we got structural beams. These apparently have a decent amount of cost to them. We got the nuts and bolts metal sheets that we found. A module patch, so it reduces the heat generation. A blueprint sheet. This detailed plan contains all the necessary instructions to build a specific ship module. It can be read by a human or by a machine. Okay. We have a bunch of iron ingots and all that. Beautiful gemstone and whatever. I got a bunch of copper nuggets. That's where we're going to get our space. We're just going to drop a bunch of these. And I believe Janice is back home, back where we're going. All right. So we can create or join a corpo using the corpo menu. So then the question is, if I go in here now, we got the corpo tab. Invite, you have no pending, or we can create one. And then there's rankings. And I believe there's a cost. I'm going to probably leave that alone for right now. Install a patch on a module. We can worry about that when we get back to the station. Reach the nearest station shipyard. That's fine to paint our ship. We should have the materials to be able to make our better mining laser, which should increase our tools of trade score. And then the next thing is we need to go to, there's 3 different planets in 3 different systems that it wants me to scan. So it is having us bounce around and doing a whole bunch of stuff, which is fine. It is the name of the game. It's introducing the different interfaces, all that kind of good stuff, which is honestly very fair. Honestly, the kind of things I'd want to do anyways. All right, we're going ahead and getting back to station, and we'll get all that set up. But yeah, no, I could definitely see, this is probably a game I'm going to be spending time off stream playing a lot. I could foresee that. On stream, I'm not sure. Like, I'm enjoying it. It's a matter of, is this something that people would want to watch me do, like go back and forth and ferry resources, which I don't know if that's something I'd want to watch personally. But there's a lot of games I enjoy playing that I don't enjoy watching, and then vice versa. There's games I enjoy watching that I don't enjoy playing. Like, I enjoy watching Dwarf Fortress, I don't enjoy playing Dwarf Fortress. Which is the same, I've historically enjoyed playing Project Zomboid, but that's a game I know a lot of people who enjoy watching it, but don't really enjoy playing it. Whereas, like, I can go backwards. What's a game that I don't? Well, I mean, any like 4X strategy game for the most part I don't enjoy watching, but I enjoy playing. Those and puzzle games. Puzzle games can be really hard to watch at times. Okay, so let's go to this the shipyard. Personally enjoy almost watching any space game. Nice ambient sounds. Yeah, Stellaris is one. Well, that's a 4X strategy in my mind. Stellaris one, like I enjoy playing it, but man, watching Stellaris is rough. There's times where people are like, you know, they're playing a character and they're playing it up and all that. That can be interesting to watch. But that's 100% the person being entertaining and all that in spite of the game. But yeah, I enjoy playing it, but it's a tough one to watch. I'm curious about this one. Like, I think it depends on like when the combat is when we're like getting into combat, like how's the combat in the game? Is that entertaining to watch? I think the ferrying back the resources won't be too terrible from time to time. As far as the watching it, the playing side of this is very satisfying because, you know, number go up in that corner. It's usually every 2 or 3 trips I'm getting a new module to incrementally improve my ship, and I'm sure at some point that'll start to fall off where it'll take more trips to get the same, you know, the next step. But your ship will get more capabilities. You'll then also consider, like, you know, getting other ships that are special purpose built. Because we're still very early in the game when we think about it. I'm, what, 3.5 hours in or something like that? When you watch puzzle games, you just want to play that game? Yeah, well, no, there's definitely games that when you watch it, it's just like, oh yeah, I just like to do the thing. I'm also imagining where this takes this time. I'm guessing when we're making our own base that it'll just be faster than this, or I'll be able to run multiple at once or stuff like that. So this is all that copper we grabbed, I'm now processing. And my assumption is when we scan these next 3 planets and get the 600 score, those, yeah, and it'll be tax-free. To be fair, the tax is not that much, but at the same time, it is, you know, eating a credit or eating half a credit every time. Okay, so let's see here. So, for the overclocked mining laser, so I need 1 more crystal focuser, and for that I need 5 wire. Yeah, so we got the recipe here for the copper sheet that we could do 1 iron ingot or 3 copper ingots. So the 3 copper ingots, I would actually take a loss because there's 0 added value and we do pay a tax on it. So I need to go and take the simple mining thing off. What do you want?
Hey, you're new here, right? This is the shipyard. You'll probably be around here a lot, so just ask me if you need anything.
Install patch. Select item. I see. Okay, so I gotta remove this. To load the ship. Edit the ship. Grab my mining laser and chuck it here. Confirm. Yes. Run over here. And we will now... overclocking... Oh, we didn't actually make the crystal focuser. For the crystal focuser, we can craft you. And now I can go ahead and get our overclocked mining laser. Okay, and now we have the overclocked mining laser. We can go over here.
Need something, mate?
Install a patch. Select overclocked mining laser. Add a patch. Heat absorption. Apply. So now it produces heat 15% slower. So I finished that. And now I can go here to edit our ship. We have the overclocked mining laser with the heat absorption patch. Now I can go to customization here. Make it orange. Edit your ship and change its color. Oh, we can move all the decals all over this. Interesting. Okay, for right now, I'm just going to leave it alone. That's fine. Edit your ship and change its color. So edit. Do this. Oh, I see. You got primary and secondary on these. I missed that was stuff that going on here. I mean, I feel like I've changed the colors. Edit your ship and change its color. Ship. Colors. I don't have anything selected, which are things I need to do. Okay. There we go. Decorate your ship with decals. Alright. We got a bunch of random posts there, so you can go to Customize, Decals. That's fine. It's hard to tell when it's like good or not. Okay, so we got you. Decals. Add decal. I see. Cool. Okay, so that's done. Alright, so we have detect debris on the planet, add more modules to your ship to get the next level upgrade, all that stuff. So if we look here, what do we still have that we can add? We can add the battery, which is a motor, concrete, and small module, or I can go in here and add even more cargo, which is 4 silicone gel, and a small module kit, and I have the rest of the materials. So let's go here and 4 gel. Thank you. And then we can go over here to small module kit, which is going to require some more nuts and bolts. And some more wire. Now I can make the small module kit. And I should probably be getting the battery. We'll do the battery next. But they had me at more cargo. Okay, for the battery, I would need concrete, motor, and small module kit. So the motor requires 5 gel, 3 magnetic coils more than I've got. So that's just more wire. That's easy enough. Okay, so you needed the motor. The 2 of these. Another thing of wire. So I got the coils. So I need 5 silicone gel and a metal sheet. We can go ahead and I'll make a bunch of metal sheets. And then 5 silicone gel. That should let me make the motor. And then we just need a small module kit and some concrete. Which is just more of these. There's a small module kit. And then we just need some concrete. Which is not available here. So let's go ahead. We can sell the beams. We can sell the azurite, the pyrite. Actually, one second before we do that. Yeah, you're silicon. Right. So we did already make another module. Let's go ahead and get that installed first. Small cargo hold. Cool. So we're getting there. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so that requires concrete. For you, I would need another small module kit and silicon gel. So that's no problem. We've got the supplies. Because I'm figuring I'm just going to keep making as many modules as we can. And then that's enough of those. And you need one more set of wires. You're going one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism, space. Yeah, so... about that. It's definitely not been corrupted. We're definitely not indebted into a horrific company and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Army of Stars, another fantastic content creator that I definitely recommend checking out. Good times over there. Let's see, I think I needed 4 of these. I'll just grab 6. They're pretty inexpensive. I'm sure I will need more. But another fantastic content creator and all that stuff. I'm doing good. And another small cargo hold. Yeah, doing some rogue trader. Perfect. But yeah, definitely fun to check out. Has a whole cool like space bar theme and all that kind of thing going on. So very fun times over there. Very good setup. Yeah, the new DLC is wild. I low-key, so I'm someone who's been like really into Warhammer 40k historically, but I've also not played Rogue Trader yet. Okay, we got another one of those. Let's see, very cool, won't spoil because you want to check it out. Yeah, no, I need to go back. It's been a game on my radar, like I didn't avoid it or anything. It just definitely was ones that hasn't happened yet. Alright, so another cargo hold thing, so it'll be 5 metal sheets. So let's just hit that button. And then for another cargo hold, I need 2 more silicone gel. Oh, actually, I want to make another one of these. So 20 and 10. And this is where we're going to run out of materials. Okay, so what we could do here is for this, we need to keep the motor and the small module kit. Everything else is forfeit. Alright, so clear out all of our inventory. The motor, small module kit. We have the blueprint for the sheets. Do you have a weight to you, or are you just straight up that? I think we keep the blueprint. That is some good money right there. Contract complete, sell 1,000. Sure. I didn't realize I hadn't been watching this, so contracts. So I've got you tracked. Sell 5,000, gathering a wreck. Okay. Is concrete not makeable with the machines? It is, but I need silicate, and I don't have silicate on me. So is this like space crafting game? Yes, it is like multiplayer kind of thing. Do I want to go to mining? No, we don't go to the mining bureau. It is a multiplayer kind of thing where like it's MMO-esque. But let's see here. All right, so the things we have is we've got to check out these other 3 systems. Oh, that's not mine. Yes, I had already equipped stuff. What is my inventory up to, by the way? Yeah, 400. So let's refill our fuel. And, you know, take off. Yeah, so I've been basically just shoving more cargo space into this thing because my green knows no bounds. Like a shared market? No, not so much that kind of thing. Not like the EVE Online, everyone's in the same market. Oh, hey. And it is an Ultrasaurus. We're gonna go say hi. I stopped moving. I don't know where she went. Yep, I've lost track. Ultra's a friend of the channel, for those who don't know. Probably also streaming as well right now. Yep. Well, I need to get back to... And thank you, Magic Freak, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it, and I do hope you're enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. But thank you so much for that support. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get to a bunch of these different systems. So we haven't identified most of the things we want to go to, or most things they want me to go to. Oh, it actually tells me. So you want me to do a survey over there. Setting a route requires a cosmic navigator to be installed. Okay, so we're looking for FD-879K. So let's see if we can't find FD-79K. And yeah, for those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator, also playing as well. Where is FD-79K? So it seems like we'll be able to get a module to make our life easier for exploring. I just don't have it yet. Where are you? Space Beeg. I'm genuinely not seeing this place. Alright, well maybe I can't get there directly from here. There's also RC-232. I think I saw it that way. Yeah, there's RD-232. Okay. Alright, so bear with me, chat. we just had an ad break, and before we jump into the system and start doing a bunch of stuff, I'm gonna quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, and we are back. So we have in this system, we need to be checking out which planet was it. Number 1. I'm just gonna go to the nearest planet. We're gonna start with that. But it wants me to full scan the system, so let's well the planet. So do we guess correct? Is this planet 1 this time? And nope. Oh, what quadrant did we choose? The quadrant I chose is here somewhere. Don't worry about it. It is like the Inu Siege. It's fine. Sometimes you just need to slam into the ground at speed to let the planet know who's boss. So 76, so 1 at 50 is the closest. I actually think I did about 1/8 of my health damage. There's 6 types of ore on this planet. We do want some silicate. I don't need a lot, just a little bit of silicate for concrete to make my flywheel for power storage. Otherwise, we are going to be scooping up anything that isn't bolted down. And that is such a much nicer mining laser than we were using before. And it's enough that it drains my battery. Okay. That's an interesting one to deal with. That, we can now mine much faster than we've ever been able to mine before, but we can't sustain it. Which is probably fair. Makes it good for when we're grabbing small clusters of nodes. We can just, you know, get a bunch of materials and all that. Definitely feels like copper is the most common material in this game by a large margin. Okay. You know what? That's fine. Gotta wait on the battery anyways. I don't doubt we're gonna find more copper. Alright, got a handful of stuff over here. Alright, a ton of materials in a crater. Got a ton of copper. And some coal. So we'll go till our battery's low on the copper, and then we'll move on to the next one, because they now have 400 cargoes worth they can hold. Alright, the next closer one is the yellow icon, so let's go to the yellow icon, which is a mountain. Okay. They've also got to think about finding some ship debris. Oh, it's just a cloud. Just caught the corner of my eye so I didn't get a good look at it. Yeah, so definitely going to need to invest in better solar panels. And my expectation is once we get, like, the next rank up, that's when we're going to start looking at, you know, base building kind of thing. Okay, got some ore over here. Let's see what that is. More copper. Okay. And as a reminder, the game is available. You can pick it up almost immediately and all that stuff. Oh, let's see. On the quadrant select, you see a green person icon likely indicates Steam friends. Oh, that's cool. As long as you're logged in playing, that's cool. Alright. So we got our little plateau here, and we got some ore up top here, so it might be some quartz or something new. We got coal, more coal, even more coal. Alright, so plateau is just coal. That leaves us with the blue ones over here now. We still have definitely not filled up our inventory very much, but we'll scan the different ores that are on this planet, and then once we get these ones, we're going to go and check another planet, because we need to be on the first planet of the system, and this is the third. But I figure we're here, I might as well scan it anyways. This is gradually taking me towards the red icon as well. The speed at which we burn through our battery is a whole experience. Which we are actively working on upgrading our battery now, so that's at least we're working on the thing that is a problem. I don't think we'll be able to get the better power generation for a little bit yet. Yeah, so we can hit this blue spot, and then turn left. Yes, correct, Cookie. It is Inusich. Inusich is the quadrant I'm in. And you're wondering how I chose it? I looked down the list and I just didn't choose the first one or the last one. So I wouldn't be in, you know, quote-unquote the most popular ones, because that's pretty typical, as people choose the first one on the list unless there's something nudging it up or down or whatever. Okay, so we got another crater here. All right. That, I believe, will give iron and a couple other things. And give it a minute, because we'll get that last bit of iron and calcite out of that. Got some more there for more iron. Okay. It's a first on list for you, but most likely because of Steam printed it. Gotcha. It could also be that it's like randomized by randomized so it's not the same all the time, so people don't all join the first one on the list kind of thing. So instead of being alphabetical or whatever. Graphite crystal. We got some quartz. So I'm just trying to grab the materials out of this. Because that means we'll have copper, we'll have iron, we'll have quartz. We are missing, I need silicate. There they are. I still have 2 types of ore I have not found yet on this planet. I'll have to track those down. Okay, and after we get this, I'll probably stop worrying about copper and iron and focus more on other stuff. I'm sure stuff like the coal will probably be used for making steel or something like that. Or some kind of alloy or whatever. Or when we make a base that we'll use it for power or something, I don't know. Okay, so let's see. So we don't have the red one figured out yet. Also check real fast. Yeah, so I got the green, yellow, and blue markers figured out. So a mountain and 2 craters, and then there's a red marker. And I'm assuming because it's got the kind of the flag down arrow with the question mark, that's telling me it's at one of these special landmarks. Versus the triangle being just out and about is my guess. This will be a bunch more copper, I think. This will be a bunch more copper. So we're almost there. It's probably this plateau looking thing here. More copper. More copper. Okay, we got the other 2 here. Alright, so let's see. What do these 2 drop? So you give me pyrite copper ore, and you give me. All right, so we don't care about the chalcocite or whatever. Yeah, okay, so it does give silicate as the last one. Not super commonly, but I don't need a bunch of silicate. So I can grab this real fast. Interestingly, that gives me iron, copper, and silicate, so that's kind of just your grab bag of lower level materials. Okay. Once I get near 400, there's not a point in me trying to mine more. It looks like we'll have enough materials to make the battery and maybe one or two more cargo things. And genuinely, just the battery will probably push us over the edge to having the improve the tools of the trade objective done. And honestly, the selling and making money, I could probably do that relatively quick by just doing a run where I just fill my cargo hold up and just sell. Alright. Really wishing I had more power generation right now. But we don't think we've unlocked that. Okay. So this node will be about tapped. It's fine. And we are at exact our capacity. So nothing more to grab here. So let's see if we can't hit the next planet. And then from hitting the next planet, see if we can't happen to get this objective done. Okay, there's our destination there. It's good it showed it, because apparently there's like 5 planets in the system or something. We could have ended up running around to a whole bunch of planets, scanning them all. But that's fine. I imagine it's always things that we explore the nearby systems, and once we've scouted them out, I don't have to worry about that. I also wonder, like, how much more material variety we've got. Like, will there be like 10, 12, 13, 15, 20, like how many different types of ore and minerals and alloys and all that we'll have to deal with? And like, how big do our ships ultimately get? Because this is effectively your starting ship. And I do understand there's supposed to be multiple, but I don't know if like the multiple will be comparable in size, or if you'll get like the equivalent of a cruiser or some. These are things I just don't know one way or the other. And we can go ahead and get down here and see how many different materials we got to deal with. 4 materials, and then like 1 deep mining thing. Okay, we've got this. I think that's deep iron. We got more iron there. We have gravite fragment. Which doesn't appear to be mineable in any capacity, but still. We got credit for scanning it. So there's 2 more types of ore. I suspect you're gonna find those in one of these like canyons or whatever. And then that will finish the exploration of this system. We'll head back, do our ship upgrades to keep all that moving, sell whatever ore, then go out to the next system on the list. And then hopefully that improved battery will help us out a little bit. Okay, we found one of the 2 remaining ores. So we got one last ore to find. And like I said, there's a good chance it'll probably be in one of these like canyons or cliffs or ledges, because they have their own like table of stuff they've got. Alright. Okay. And so we hit space exploration 2, and for those who I mentioned, there's like the premium currency for like cosmetics. It just gave me some. So it does look like you can earn them in-game. So I don't know what the limitations or anything like that are on it. But clearly there's some ways to get it. Now, it could be you can get some early and it's not too bad. Maybe it gets worse later. Can't answer any of those questions. I don't know. Alright, there's Janice. So that'll take us back home, where we can dock up, potentially get our battery on here, maybe get some more storage, other stuff like that. And where is that station? There you are. But with that, we'll be able to boost longer, so we'll be able to travel faster. We'll be able to mine longer between recharges and all that, which will be good. We should be able to get tools of the trade knocked out. And how are we doing on our other contracts? Okay, so all contracts are currently tracked. I appreciate they let you track multiple different contracts' objectives. There's a lot of games where when you choose one quest, it'll only let you look at the one quest, not the multiple, which can be a whole thing. Alright. Okay, so we can dock up. I always like in, games, if you don't use the in-game chat, there's like certain universal things, like if you can move the camera up and down, there's like nod or shake your head no. If the game has jumps, the universal hello in games is to walk up to them and jump a bunch. It's just one of those things that's been a thing forever. Okay, so go to the shipyard. Alright, first and foremost, let's repair our ship. Because I may or may not have smashed it into the ground. Ooh! 68. Alright. Well, so far, almost all of our repairs in the ship has been pretty negligible in cost. 68 is definitely the worst we've seen, and by a lot. Okay, so it takes a while to make concrete. Okay. So we'll just go ahead and get everything processed. We'll get our flywheel battery. Then we can go in and start getting, probably again, more cargo. I mean, I should actually check to see what our money's at when we're done with this. There's a very real chance I'll be able to get even better upgrades now. What I'll probably do is get the flywheel thing, maybe get some more cargo, and then when we get low, we'll see what money I've got left to buy upgrades. I do have all the base building upgrades available. I am curious about what type of limitations, restrictions, how other people will visit them. You know, are your bases instance, or are they something that anyone can go to? I genuinely am curious about a lot of that stuff, because I do wonder if this game like really blows up, like how that's going to work, because that's always a tricky thing. Because you go back to like the old days of Ultima Online, where you go to build your house, and literally it got down to the point that every single usable space on the map you could fit a house had a house on it, which is a problem. And at the same time, then you have instances of stuff like your Fallout games, or like Fallout 76, where they had the instancing thing where if you and someone else tried to have your house in the same spot, it wouldn't instance you together, kind of thing. Hey Azrael, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Azrael? Another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of simulation games, so if you like your sim games, you can definitely find those over there. Also, good times and all that. But yeah, so you have that. And so there's always the trick of like how to deal with that. Now granted, in this particular case, you've got planets and they're big, but then those planets have the craters and like the plateaus and the mountains that have some resources that aren't available in other parts. So I feel like naturally those would become areas to put your bases. Now granted, I don't know what's in the base building. Maybe it behooves you to not have your bases where other people are going to frequent. Maybe it is good to just have it wherever the resources are available. Maybe that's irrelevant. I don't know. That's one of the things we're definitely going to want to dig in and tinker with and figure out. But, like, that's just one to be sorted. Alright. You can turn off the camera shake of the game settings. Oh yeah, no, I didn't even think to check it. Because, you know, with Sponsored, I didn't want to spend the whole time, like, in the settings and everything. Alright, and we'll go ahead and get this. But yeah, we can turn off the screen shake then. Yeah, normally I do a whole thing where I'll highlight the accessibility stuff. I haven't had anyone tell me this, but I have seen, like, multiple times where there's been devs who have been like, hey, you know, like, again, not to me, but they've been like, hey, you know, we really want actual gameplay coverage, not just people, like, sitting on the main menu. That there was, was it a TwitchCon? Not this last one, but the year before it. That basically some of the devs are like, oh yeah, you know, paid us sponsorship to like have this person play our game for 2 hours, and they went into the category, booted up the game, and then they didn't actually play the game for the whole 2 hours. It's like, oh, that's so terrible. Will you try Space Haven? I've done 4 or 5 streams of Space Haven since it released. So yeah, that's already been done. I'll probably play more of it. Like, I had fun with it, but it does get kind of repetitive after a while. Like, it's good. Okay, so we got our flywheel battery. Let's shove that in our ship somewhere. So edit, flywheel battery. Put that here by there. We got a crude battery as well. And we're officially over our allowance, so we'll have to pull out the crude battery. Ah, interesting. Okay. So the flywheel battery stores half as much, but the max charge speed is way higher. They have the same discharge thing. The theoretical efficiency of the crude battery is lower. So I can basically have one of the two, and one carries more and the other recharges faster. Gotcha. Assembly? What? Oh, interesting. Hey, Ranger True. How was the stream and all that good stuff? I hope you had yourself a good stream. We have a giant intake. So you can apparently change stuff about our ship goes. So I have heat conductivity. So it looks like we'll be able to actually change the assembly of our ship. All that stuff. But yeah, I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff, but welcome in raiders and all that. Okay, let's try and put that not to be... Okay. Big personal best in your speedrun? Nice. Alright. So yeah, so it looks like I won't be able to do both batteries. That actually lowered my ship a little. Okay. So, I can add the crude battery, but then we are 20 over our limit. We go to assemble, so that gives me frame of 16, weight of 8 tons, steering strength of 4. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, that's so much more cursed. All right, so we are making our ship not as good. So that has the steering strength of 4. Does anything else here provide steering strength at all? So if we take that off, can I still steer? So maneuverability, 47.8. We put the wing back on. I'm going to cut my maneuverability in almost exactly half. How is my system stuff gone the wrong way? Did you provide me extra system stuff? Oh, these provide system support. So taking these off hurts me, not helps me. I see. Okay. Because I've got ever so slightly too much here. No, that actually... Okay, no, we're okay. We're within our tolerances. That's fine. Confirm that. All right.
Well done. At this point, you're approaching the limit of what can be done with modules alone. You see, everything you add to your ship is powered by her internal system. If the system requirements of your modules exceed the system support of your hull, things won't work as well anymore. Long story short, if you want to keep improving your ship, you'll need to upgrade her engine, and then her hull.
Okay. Unlock module structures permit. Okay, we got more stuff to do. All right, module structures is down here. So with that, I would need to get the personal factory. All right. And then module structure. Okay. There's also the solar panel improvement. And then we're basically broke. Okay, so we go over here to this. Alright, so we can get bigger solar panels that are better. We can get better scanners, better this stuff, flywheel, cosmic navigator. So we can get ship parts that are better. So we have the brick cockpit, which is what we're already using. We can get the Pathfinder cockpit. Okay. Base deployment kit. Alright. The construction tool. It mentions new ingots and all that. Okay, but it can't do anything with them. Alright, so it's looking like we're going to end up landing and doing a bunch of stuff. I'm not going to worry about any of those things because we can't do them yet. We're on our ship's limit, so it's going to be this. Those both have 200. The Pathfinder cockpit does provide me stuff here. FTL crit chance. What the hell is an FTL crit chance? Reduces the probability of critical damage during FTL jumps. Okay. And you have your own internal power storage and heat conductivity and all sorts of stuff. But it still has the same system support. It doesn't give us any additional system support. Alright. So I think with all that, what we're probably dealing with now is we will go ahead and, first of all, sell all this stuff. And get our money. Case in our solid 400. So you can get chemical explosives, which is a weapon. Oh, that's out of our budget. That's out of our budget. And then automated factories is in our budget. And that'll let me get warehouses, assemblers. I'm going to go ahead and buy that too. Alright. So we want to go back out here. Ah, it's saying craft the second thruster. Let's go back up here to see what the thruster takes. Because I'm pretty sure that the second thruster requires system points, not gives me system points. And if that's the case, then I'm back to square one. Okay, so system requirements are 300. Whereas this still has 200 benefits. So we would need to upgrade our system. Oh, let's also, oh wait, what was that about the drone down there? So drone. This autonomous vehicle carries loads from one point to another defined point. We don't care about that. We don't care about this. All that's fine. Those are all fine for right now. You would end up wanting the construction tool. Okay. Blueprint Synthesis releases a cloud of hovering nanobots that can recognize, cut, assemble materials based on predefined patterns. In short, it builds stuff. Right, so I probably want this build tool, which I'd have to figure out how to get an aluminum ingot. I'm assuming it's not just for sale here. It is not. Also, I apparently have 1 unit of concrete on me, which I don't need. Yeah, so we need to figure out how to get an aluminum unit to do that, and then we'd need a base factory deploy kit, which is a base core, stainless plate, which we don't know how to do, and then those three. Okay, so with all that said, We'll probably just keep running through our objectives. So let's go back up to this area. We're not going to worry about that. We would need to go to the Terminus sector for a new contact. We apparently have more quests than we did before. Let's check those. That's fine. Okay, so it looks like we need to go to the Terminus sector or one of the other two top sectors there. Okay.
Departure initiated. Station out.
And always we need more money. Yes, it's interesting that the wings give me more system, as opposed to costing it. Alright. So we don't know these nearby systems, so we're just going to choose a system here, and we're going to go. So that's Silius. Yeah, and that's one of the systems up there, so FD or EX. All right. Okay. Okay, this is Lilius. So the next would be FD. Oh, I see. So we need to go from here and jump one over to the other. That's fine. We can go to the FD system and get this objective done. Because we go to FD and we do the exploration, we can get that. Alright, so let's go see if we get lucky and we get either Chilia 3 or Becerra. So this is Chilia, so we're looking for Chilia 3. I think in this case, if it's not Chilia 3, we're just going to not bar scan, we're just going to go down and come right back up. So that's Chilia 1. There's Chilia 3. Because then we can go here, we can scan it, we can go and just fill up our inventory with a bunch of materials again. Looks like there's a crater up there, so it's angled towards the crater. But yeah, so we can scan that one for the objective. Like I said, load up our cargo hold with materials and continue getting that. I'm curious if where a lot of those things were being like, hey, you need aluminum and steel and all these. I am curious if that is outside the beginning, like sector beginnings, you know, couple of planets or whatever. Because I could see that being a thing, is that this area is mostly just mostly just copper, iron, and similar products. Whereas like steel and all that could be like a whole tier higher that we have to seek out. Okay. You have gray quartz. And the sandstone, so let's go ahead and grab some of this. I shouldn't, well actually no. We do, oh, we got a new thing, aquamarine. I was about to say I actually do need a bunch of this And the reason why I need a bunch of this material is I think it was the base building thing. I want to say was 20 concrete. We're just going to take a little bit of silica to do that. Or silicate. Because then I have to decide where we're putting the base. Which again, I don't know the pros and the cons and like what decision making goes into it. I'm assuming we'll want to put it on a planet that's got some decent materials, I just don't know. I'm willing to bet the game probably also gives you like a hint that if we continue to follow through that. We got kaolinite, which is interesting. Alright. We continue to collect all that stuff, which is good. It definitely feels like one of the next things to invest in is probably the better solar panels. Because the solar panels, we did just unlock the tech. Cool. So you're at 133, you're at 40. Okay, so 40 is the next closest. And there's coal, which leaves just one material not yet found. There's a good chance it's just like plain old copper or iron. That kind of thing. Okay. We still haven't seen a wrecked ship to collect materials from. It also mentions joining a corporation. Oh, I guess I should check to see if Ultra just like immediately. Okay. I was curious if like we had an invite already. I'm assuming we'll get a notification if that happens. I'm not too fussed either way. This is the kind of game I could see at least for like the short to the midterm, just kind of playing solo. Yeah, we got another big crater going on here.
All right. With your help, we were able to gather valuable geological information on these planets. Thanks. Now that the Bureau trusts you, it's time to get some work done. I've just recommended you to a colleague. Don't make me look bad.
Okay. So we can detect debris on a planet and go deal with that. We have the joining a corp, making a bunch of money selling things. Ooh, aluminum nugget. Alright, so apparently sandstone mounds are where we're going to find aluminum nuggets. That's good news. I'm wondering, let me pull this up. Because yeah, you only list silicate here. But if I look here, never mind. Yeah, it's telling me silicate is its only thing it has in it. So it's a very curious thing, because here we're finding quartz and all that, where other ones they didn't. They listed out like 8 or 9 different things. And so you knew like to be like, okay, I can keep mining this, and sooner or later I'll find these other things. So we got some beautiful gemstones. Well, the good news on top of all this is I needed that aluminum to like start making our things. All right. So let's keep mining everything up. Might as well fill up the inventory, because then we can sell the goods. And I'll probably end up needing to go to where I can get some copper to make our ground base kind of thing. Oh, and you want me to go to the nearest explore 2 restricted areas. Alright. So we're doing crimes now is what I'm understanding. Yeah, we're getting close to inventory empty. Or inventory full. Which will be fine. Okay, so we're officially overburned. Go to our inventory, and with all that, go here, drop. Done. That's Solar Alpha, Lilius. Alright. They're jumping deeper. We have Lilius and Solar Alpha. So Lilius here, Solar Alpha's there. Janice would be like over here, so there's yeah, I'm assuming the idea and why we don't see it is because like Gabolia is kind of in the way of Janice. So I'm assuming because that I have to jump through one by one, which is fine. Then Janice should be this relative direction. There it is. Then we can jump through here. Okay. It'll make our way to the station, which has the mining bureau at it, which will get us access to that. Then we want to unlock chemical explosives, get our extra engine. The terminus one, I believe, is a whole extra sector away. And then we haven't had a chance to spot any debris on a planet yet. We've got something about meeting in the Cairn sector. I see. So there's an exit over here to Terminus, and there's an exit over to Cairn. And we're in the Threshold sector. So that's not too bad. Alright. I also wonder if adding a second thruster, like, if that's going to increase our top speed or acceleration. Like, I imagine it does. Otherwise, it wouldn't serve much purpose. I mean, because it's not install a bigger one, it's install the second one. Alright, so we can go ahead and see where we're going to get at with this. And while we're docking up, I'm going to snooze the ad here for a minute so y'all don't get subjected to another ad, because it won't be too much longer before I need to wind down for the night. Beat Halo 3 easy in 1 hour and 7 minutes? Nice! I have no concept of what's a reasonable time. I know I messed with some Halo, like, way younger. I just never got back to it. Not any, like, judgment about Halo. I just don't have consoles, so I don't get much opportunity to play them. Let's go to the Mining Bureau and deal with that. Okay.
Do you need any help?
By the location of one of the restricted areas. Need to locate
Just tell us what you're looking for, and there's a good chance we can find it.
Restricted area.
Restricted areas are found on many planets of the galaxy. Some are dangerous, but scrappers can usually get good money when visiting them. You can find them on your own, or we are selling you the coordinates, if necessary.
Okay, so I can buy access to this. I really don't want to spend it. 150 is a lot. We'll save that one for later. Like, I'm down to do the restricted area, but that is over... That's just, like, barely under half my money. It's like, alright, but I gotta unlock stuff that costs, like, 1,000 credits and all that. I'd rather just work on that. Meanwhile, we got here and all that. I may have grabbed too much concrete. Because that's 90, and it ain't worth a whole lot. With that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time, and you can probably tell that I am starting to fade on the energy front. So what's going to end up happening here is we're going to be wrapping up and all that good stuff. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow, that we can find your way back here in the future. And then if you're watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I do not have a host ready, so don't forget to like and subscribe. But again, this is, I believe, 10% off. It's either 10 or 15% off for the next 2 weeks. And again, if you click the link on the top, it lets the devs know you found the game through this channel. I don't get a kickback from it, but it does, you know, it does basically make them go, hey, we spent money, you know, sponsoring you. Did we get our money's worth? So it does help me get new opportunities and all that. But with that said, I've enjoyed this game. I'm probably going to play a bunch of this off stream. I'm not sure how much I'm going to play on stream. I will likely have another stream tomorrow. We will likely pick up where we left off with Oxygen Not Included is what I think we're going to do. With all that said, and hey Treacle, it's good to see you. With all that said, we're going to go ahead and again, check out Treacle, plays RimWorld, a whole bunch of stuff like what we got here. But for the people over on YouTube, stream's ending for you. Sorry about that. But I should be back tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. So again, probably play Oxygen Not Included's new